can be a great people, Kal-El. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Set up here so I can do a quick disconnect of my GoPro, and I can use my the arm it's attached to right now. But welcome everybody to the video. Welcome to the flea market. We're going to get in there, look for items that we can buy low, sell high. We primarily sell on eBay. We do sell on Poshmark as well too. So let's see what we can find today. Okay, today's a Wednesday. According to the weather, it's supposed to rain. So there might not be that many vendors out, but I'm gonna go check out over here. Kind of cool because you can get a lay of the land, what it looks like without any vendors.
Visit CentralSolars.com today.
Now, I believe there's a guy over here. Yeah, he should be over here. I spoke to him last week, and he said he was going to have some keyboards for me, ergonomic Microsoft keyboards. So, let's go see if he remembered.
No, ¿para qué vas a andar con una así? ¿O para qué te vas a quemar vendiendo cosas que no sirven? Sí. Ahí uno debe de calarlos para...
How much on the keyboard here?
That's $10.
10 bucks? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, that's cool.
I bring that one. I bring maybe next week. Bring more.
Next week?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, cool, cool. Yeah, I'll be here.
I give it
10?
10.
Can you do 7 on this one? No?
Oh, that's $10. For you, you know that sometimes $15.
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll do it. I'll take it. Yeah, that's cool. I'll take it. There's another 10 there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whew. Getting cold. That cassette player, I haven't looked it up yet. I'll look it up later. But let me know if it's worth it for 10. The keyboard, definitely worth it for 10 because that should go for about 50. 50 or 60, somewhere around there. Good morning.
Yeah,
How's it going, man? How you doing?
The keyboard's down there.
All right, let me go take a look. Prototype. Huh.
40. Không có gì được không em?
KC, how much do you owe me for the Super Bowl? Because your name's KC, you better...
I'm a friend's booth, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't find anything. You know, sometimes I try my hardest to try to find something to buy, but If it's not there, it's not there. What do we got here? It's an older one. Do you like my decanters? I'm a little bit late here today though. I was getting my new camera setup going and still stop at the bank. So I didn't get a chance to get anything to eat, so I'm starting to get a bit hungry. I did get my coffee though. I will need to go get more coffee grounds. Maybe I can find some around here. But let's go over here and check out Lupa's station, see what she has. She'll probably bring out more new, well, unless it rains tomorrow, there might be more new stuff out here tomorrow. Alright, let's see what we got here.
Oh. $1 is it? Uh-oh.
Let's take a look at those cameras. They look okay. The Kodak, they all need to be charged, but the Kodak is going to be the issue because those are rechargeable lithium-ion batteries, and I don't think they use micro USB or anything. The other camera is micro USB. I've sold those before. And we're probably going to pay around $5 each for them. The Kodak should go for about $20, $25. And the other one, I've sold up to $40. I'll have to double check comps. Maybe there's a battery charger here. Take a look and see. Sure this is. I might get this just because it's an. I think this might be a camera charger. Got an interesting connector there. I might buy that and take a look at it later. Oh, this is a Fitbit. I'll leave it behind. I haven't had good luck with these. Oh, well, here's, you know what? They do okay. I have to get it really cheap. I'm gonna see what I can get it for. Community, if I remember correctly, it's Oneida community pattern. Okay. Let's see. Little Fitbit. We paid $5 each. Got the charger included in that. $20 total. Well, probably a little bit less than $5 each because got the charger included. And this right here is a T-shirt. I always pick these up. I find them from time to time. You ever see anything packed really tight? Has some sort of tech, something on the front, and it's soft. It's a T-shirt, XL. I mean, the size gives it away. It's like $10 maybe, but they're just really cool. Oh, wow.
I thought it'd be going home, and then I got to be in the hospital like but, you know, I'm comfortable, but I told me the butt. Pain in the ass I have, gone.
Buster,
It's got to be like a fish or a lobster. Start pulling shit out, okay. Whoa! Make sure they don't pull something out you're going to need.
Okay, let's. Okay, nothing really there for me. Let's go back this way. I did bypass the whole front, so I want to go check that out right now. Actually, I'm going to circle through here and then I'll pop back in if I see anything interesting. Stop in a booth there. It was kind of on the ground, so my camera would have got a weird camera angle if I would have showed you. But we picked up some games. We had a bunch of PS2 games. Nothing really too worth it, but there's a bunch of PC games. So this is Crisis. It has Crisis, Crisis Warhead, Crisis Wars. It's complete. Star Wars Phantom Menace. Got Command and Conquer, one of my favorite games. And this is Star Trek Voyager. So these are all PC games. I might got them all for $10. They should each sell for about $10. But I might try to load them up on my computer, see if I can still play them. They're old games. Especially that Star Trek. I've never played that Star Trek one before. And I really don't even remember the Star Trek. Crisis. Everybody was trying to play Crisis back in the day. I say trying because the hardware required to run it smoothly was very high-end stuff. So, and everybody wants to play their games at maximum resolution, the best quality. And so the running joke was always, yeah, you have the latest hardware, but can it run Crisis? Chess set. I've sold that brand new for $40. I feel like I came down here already. Let's go out. Did I come down this side? Yeah, I did come. Wait. I'm a little confused. Maybe I didn't come down here. Yeah. Okay.
Allá anda, hasta allá no era.
Okay, I can see you again, okay? Okay, I want to hurry up and try to get out here to the front. A lot of people are trying to pack up and leave because the wind's picking up and there are some sprinkles coming down. And it's a Wednesday. It's not going to get much more busier than this on a Wednesday. Tomorrow, Thursday, is the big day. One of the big days of the week. Sunday being the biggest. They're funny. That's kind of cool. Yeezys.
Yo vi una señora que se llevó que rió uno de esos, ¿tú crees? ¿De cuál? No le dijeron nada. Es así, de ese tamaño.
A ella sí.
Barato, barato, amigo, barato. ¿Cuánto dijiste?
Nada. ¿Cuánto quieren?
5.
¿5?
How much for the coffee pot?
Mire,
Yes?
Gracias.
And the baseball?
Ya, esa 30.
30?
Deme 20 usted.
Oh,
Estaba la deja.
I don't know who it is.
Tengo más pelotas en otro.
Es que no sabe quién es. El que las pide.
El que me la buscó.
I'll think about it. It's okay.
A ver.
I'll think about that.
No. ¿Cómo fue? Toma.
Here's 10 for the coffee for right now.
Oh.
There you go.
Ya por lo menos. No estamos mareados.
That's good. Cool. That's all right, this guy here.
Mande.
How much is this one here?
Me lo da barato, dame $10 usted.
How much?
10.
Yes? Okay.
Quiero $15.
Okay. Okay, I'll take this guy too.
Okay.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah, sorry. All right, thank you. Have a good day. Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Thay lần có 1 ly thôi.
But this is pretty cool. I collect weird barware, flasks, things like that. So it's a flask on the inside, just a novelty. Vintage. It's a glass flask as well, so that's pretty cool. So that's gonna end up with my bar stuff. And the coffee pot, that's a bit of a gamble. I'm gonna take a look and see what probably goes for. It had a price tag on the bottom. It's $71.99, so $10. If it goes for $40, that'd be good. $50, anything above that would be nice. But I'll get right back to you on that one. I buy from a lot. I got this baseball backpack. Just over 20. Got it for $3. I didn't realize he was here. Or I should say, had I remembered to come over here to check. He was already packing up, so. It's supposed to be a big storm. However, it's just supposed to be a one-day storm. Or not even one whole day, just this afternoon, and that's it. We should be back at the flea market tomorrow. All right.
$1 in the floor, $1.
That's going to be a wrap for today. Unless when I'm walking out I see anything else. I'm going to walk out this way over here, the backside. And if I spot anything else, I'll, come right back. But otherwise, this should be the end of the video. Hey everybody, so welcome to the end of the video. And I hope you guys appreciated that trip over to the flea market. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you guys think of the items I picked up. Let me know what you guys think of the flea market or other items. Did I miss anything there? I'm on the hunt for sound bowls. So if you guys see any sound bowls in these videos, let me know. I mean, I can always go back. And usually some of these vendors bring back the same stuff. So sometimes I do go back on, follow-up days. This was a Wednesday, so it's not to go back on Thursday. I'll have some of the same stuff if the vendor's there. So let me know what you guys think of the video. Let me know if there's anything in there you would have picked up or anything I should be looking at there at the flea market. But it was a Wednesday, so it was a slower time at the flea market. And I do like to go on those slower days because I've had some of the best scores on those days when it rains, when there's not so many vendors or not so many shoppers either. But I was talking with another reseller, and he had mentioned, I assume Saturdays would be the busiest. But no, it's actually Thursdays and Sundays. Sundays I can see because it's the weekend still, but Thursday, that's kind of odd. But it just, that knowledge just comes from me going there all the time. So, I've been going there for so long that I remember when I was a little kid, I remember going there to that flea market. Actually, another flea market in our town, which was over on Berryessa. I just saw a news article yesterday, I believe, was their 60th anniversary. I was like, dang, but that one's really, really, I don't go there because there's a lot of major development in that area, so it's really shrunk down, the flea market. They said they're going to be shutting it down. It's still there. They kind of do like pop-up shows, more like they do specific like vintage pop-up shows. They do like plant shows, all kinds of pop-ups like that. So it's not really a place for me to go source, but it is kind of cool. They do have good food out there at that one. But what I wanted to discuss here really quick before we get to some what solds, that's why I'm holding on this keyboard, is what solds, is reselling and why some people fail at it or some people give up at it. And you really, really have to like it. And I think that goes for any type of job or whatever. You're really going to do well at it if you like what you're doing. Now, I used to work for a tech company. I used to work in tech, and I just got burnt out after about 6 years. It was about 6 years or so. I got burnt out of it, and I was like, you know what? I don't feel like doing this anymore. And so then I went and got another job. Got a job over at the hospital. And that's where I've been. I've been at the hospital for a long time, and really enjoyed working there. Enjoyed the people. It was fun. At least I thought it was fun, and enjoyed going in, and it was a good time to me. But as of late, meaning the last few years, I switched gears now. Now, I still maintain a presence at the hospital. It's just one day a week. But I switched. I made that my part-time and made eBay my full-time. So I'm really working at eBay, sourcing like 3-4 days a week, sometimes 5 days a week, depending upon how I'm feeling. But it's because we enjoy that stuff. I enjoy getting out there. I enjoy being at the flea market. I enjoy being at the Goodwills, because you just never know what you're going to find. And I mentioned this to my wife a lot. I was like, man, I prefer going to Goodwill, flea markets, thrift stores, because when I go to Target or I go to Walmart, or I go out to anywhere, Best Buy, wherever, it's always the same old stuff over and over again. It's just the same old items on the shelves that I see, and that's boring to me. That's boring. So when I go to the Goodwill and everything, I'm seeing like stuff that is always different. And our Goodwills here they're always changing stuff over. I mean, yeah, you're going to see if you go, week after week, you are going to see some of the same stuff, but they do change over enough to where you get a good variety of items. Same thing with the flea market. There are a lot of people that do bring some of the same stuff over and over again, and those are the people that are typically higher priced. And so then, just move on. You can move on. You're quick. It's like a garage sales on steroids, because everything's just condensed in one area. So it's easy to find stuff. But you really, really need to enjoy what you're doing. And I've always said this, and I've always told people this. If you don't like it here, move on. Maybe if you're at a job. If you don't like it here, move on. Why are you still here? There's plenty of jobs. I know some people's, situations, living situations, or, maybe they fear not making the same amount of money. But there's plenty of jobs out there. Right now, maybe the economy's not too good. I know there's a lot of layoffs in tech happening right now, but that's kind of typical of tech in the beginning of the year. It's not tech. Doesn't really do that well in the beginning of the year, but as the year progresses, they still do well. I mean, they're still hiring. Companies around here where I live, they are still hiring. I can still get pop-ups for jobs and stuff, on my phone that I've subscribed to that I should unsubscribe from. I still get multiple pop-ups for jobs and job offerings and stuff like that, and I'm like, but you gotta love what you're doing, and reselling is no different. You gotta love it. You're gonna make money. You can make some great money, but sometimes there are going to be slow times as well too, and that can also deter people. Is the fact that they don't see the quick returns that maybe they watched on YouTube. I know a lot of people join, because people here on YouTube, me, whoever else you watch, but they see a lot of those quick returns. They see, oh man, I can flip that really quick and make some money, but it's really not like that. When I mentioned about those Bose headphones in a previous video, $225. That money didn't come quick, and it's not $225 because there's fees or shipping supplies, all that. And it took about, like I said, 2 weeks. So you can't expect to list items and get that money back really quickly. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it does happen. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it does. I list an item, boom, it sells immediately. But for the most part, for me, on average, it takes about 2 months for me to go through my items, which is why I have, such a big inventory of items. Why I'm always sourcing, because we're constantly trying to put items out there, so that way, you start getting a steady stream of income from items that are selling. But I'm also going to say, don't get discouraged by slow times or slow times in the year. There are typically slow times in the year. People talk about a summer slowdown, which I don't really. I didn't really have a summer. I don't really have summer slowdown, so I don't know. People are going to buy no matter what. There's always people out there that are going to buy, and maybe if you're niche down into certain categories where there are seasons, I reference clothing a lot, but clothing definitely has its own season. So if you're niche down to clothing and you're not following the seasons, then you're going to have some slow times. But because I do such a variety of items and I can source in different categories, I don't experience really any of summer slowdowns or seasonal slowdowns. Beginning of the year, we did have a bit of a slowdown in sales, but things have popped right back off again, and that's being consistent, not being discouraged by a lack of sales or a lack of any activity. Just continually doing what I'm doing, listing items, picking up great items, following my instincts. I follow my instincts a lot, and I definitely think, over time you will develop those same instincts. And like I've said before, you can kind of get a fast track on that, you know, on those skills of reselling or selling or being a salesman, because you have YouTube, you have, you know, so many places online where you can go look and get resources and learn from people that are out there that are doing this. You can go do paid courses if you really want to do paid courses. You can do that as well too. But a lot of this content is provided for free. So, well, I mean, you probably have to sit through some ads, but it's still free overall. And you can see what items to pick up, what items to stay away from. And, you know, I'll definitely try to do my best to help you guys. If you feel discouraged, if you're having problems, definitely drop comments down below. Let me know. My other socials are linked down below. But let's get into some sold items right now and see what have sold for me. Oh, and I'm going to talk about this keyboard right now. I'm just going to flip this. What am I going to do? No, but just jump right into it. I don't know why I was going to. Oh, because I usually typically put like screenshots in my videos. So then sometimes I put screenshots and then I'll turn it off. I'll turn off my camera so I know where to put them. But I don't think I have anything here. Yeah. Well, let's just start off with something that is, this hasn't sold yet. I'm going to list it though. But this is broken, and this is the problem with electronics that you run. You obviously, most of the time, you can't test them on site where you're at. So, if you can, great. If you cannot, then you end up in a situation where I got a broken keyboard. This is a great keyboard, actually, brand to get. It's Keychron K1 Bluetooth mechanical keyboard. As you can hear the clicks there. So it's a really nice keyboard. Got some good weight to it. I was hoping it would work, and I was going to use it for myself, actually, but I'm going to sell it since it does not work. But I only paid $5 for it, so the risk, it was low enough for me to take the gamble. And I gambled, and I lost. So I'm going to resell it for parts, and, you know, a lot of these keyboards can be taken apart. People use the internal components. Keycaps. People can use these keycaps as well too, so I'll probably just sell it for around $10 to $15 in broken condition. If this was perfectly used but in working condition, this would probably go for about $50 to $60. But in broken condition, I'm gonna just try to move it quick. $15, and this is easy. Goes in the poly mailer. Most of my like keyboards like this, littler keyboards, my larger like vintage keyboards you see me sell on the channel, those ones go in large boxes, usually 20 by 12 by 4 size boxes. But these ones here, like this, like these Apple keyboards they sell, they just go in poly mailers. You wrap them about 3 times in some bubble wrap and then send it on its way, and that will do perfectly fine. What sold? Tiki mugs. So we've gone from keyboard. Well, that keyboard didn't sell, but I do sell a lot of keyboards. But keyboards to tiki mugs. Look out for tiki mugs. This one sold for $24 and some change. But just a really nice. This is a made in China one, so just cool. But what I did throw in the title for this one was alien, because it kind of looks like an alien to me. So I threw alien in the title as a keyword and got this one sold. So these mugs, though, we typically pick them up for around between $2 to $3. This was a Goodwill find, so between $2 to $3 for these cups is what they typically go for at the Goodwill. I'm not really a tiki collector. I know there's a lot of tiki people out there, but I do collect tiki mugs from Disneyland tiki mugs. So, and those can go for pretty good money. And I think I may have featured it in a really, really earlier video here, but. What else do we sell here? So we also sold an old phone. These old phones still do incredibly well. Some models do better than others, but they typically go for around $25 if they're in good condition. So this is actually a Radio Shack one. This one here goes for anywhere between $30 to $50. I took an offer for around $35 for this guy, so we'll get it shipped on its way. This one only lasted 2 days, I think, in my store, so that was a fast seller. Anything that sells within a week is pretty fast. So I thought I brought. Did I bring any more of them? I thought I brought a few more of them, but that phone is pretty cool. We got the tiki mug. We sold some shoes too. We also do shoes. I know I don't feature too many shoes in here because I don't pick up too many shoes. But these ones sold for $40. Some Adidas. These were a flea market find. I believe I paid $10 for them because they're in pretty good condition. I believe I paid $10 for them, but look at the bottoms there. And they sold pretty quickly. These took about a week. and 40 bucks on these ones. So nice sale. When it comes to shoes, I try to look for ones that are in great condition, so that way I don't do too much cleaning. Usually just wipe down the, you know, the bottoms, take out any rocks if I need to take out any rocks. But if they're in too bad a condition, I'll definitely leave them behind because I don't want to put in the work to clean them. I'd rather invest my money in something else that doesn't take that much time to clean. Oh, then the other thing I wanted to show you, which is right over here, and I pick these up all the time, and they're usually priced around. This was the Flea. This was a Goodwill find, and this was priced at, if I remember correctly, $3.59. And these model planes are typically priced $5 or less, and I definitely recommend looking them up and definitely picking them up because they do really well, especially these older ones. Some die-cast. Like planes from like Delta Airlines or United Airlines. Those ones sell incredibly well. And they do well right around the $20 mark. So this sold for 20 bucks. Really cool. Blue Angels. And I use that in the title. It is Blue Angels. F-18 Blue Angels. And this sold for $20. This is just going to go in a poly mailer. I'm going to wrap it about 2 times in bubble wrap. And this will go in a bubble mailer. Most of my collectibles and action figures and stuff do go in bubble mailers because I found that really helps as far as keeping them protected, because I can create a nice cushion with the bubble wrap. I've had boxes get completely crushed and the items inside get crushed. And I think, I'm not mistaken, I don't really know if this is a fact or not, but items that travel in boxes tend to stay with other boxes when it goes through the USPS. So if your tiny little scrawny box might get crushed by a larger box. And then, you know, bubble mailers, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of bubble mailers travel with other bubble mailers. So, you know, and then if you package that bubble mailer pretty well, get a lot of bubble wrap around this thing, it's going to survive that trip. I don't know if that's a fact. That's just my theory on my packaging material. But if you guys didn't watch any of the previous videos, a long time ago, I had purchased. Oh, I always sent my figures, action figures. At the time, I was selling a bunch of Star Wars action figures from the 90s, the Power of the Force ones, and I was putting them in boxes. And I remember I was buying some. Also, I buy a lot on eBay too. Or at that time, I was buying a lot more Star Wars action figures on eBay, and I had purchased one, and it came in a bubble mailer, and it was just wrapped up really well in bubble wrap, and it came that way, and I was like, wow, this is actually really good in nice condition. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try sending some of these out in this manner, and sure enough, they're perfectly fine. Now, I do not, if they're gonna go that, I only send them that way within the States, because anything that goes overseas, that's Hawaii or even like Puerto Rico, if it's going international, I definitely put it in a box, and I stuff the box pretty well, because anything going international, you never know what's going to happen with those things. You know, right now, if you do send your stuff through the international shipping program through eBay, you know, you really won't have a problem because eBay will take care of you. But you still want to get that item there safely. But I've had items that I put in bubble mailers. Actually, I had a shirt that went to Puerto Rico, and somehow it got like clawed, and I was like, what? The guy sent me a picture. I'm like, what the heck? What happened to that thing? So if it's going outside of the 48 states, yeah, because Alaska, yeah, outside of the 48 states, you know, I'll definitely put it in a box, and I'll put some extra padding in there. If it's going international, definitely a box, and I'll put padding in there as well, too. A little fly right there. Otherwise, thank you guys for watching, and I hope you guys appreciate the video. Please like the video by hitting the thumbs up button. Please subscribe if you want to continue to see content from me, and hit the bell notification if you do want to get notified of future videos, which come out Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually around midday, depending upon where you are in the world. And keep an eye out for lives. I might drop some lives here. I have a little setup now that I'm going to use with my laptop and my webcam, so I might pop on a live here and there once in a while. We'll probably do like a little Lego build and just talk reselling. Catch you guys next video.
They can be a great people, Kal-El, they wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Hi everyone, welcome to the video. Welcome to Goodwill. We're going to get in there right now, see what we can find. We're going to resell on eBay. We are going to start moving over to Mercari now, and the reason for that is the application that I was using to share my store for Poshmark. They're now charging $10 a day. And I don't sell that much on Poshmark. It's a few sales a week, so that $10 a month, you know, I really break down every single bit of cost all the way down to how much, you know, each foot of my bubble wrap is going to cost me. So, yeah, I don't know. I just don't really feel like that $10 a month is going to be worth it. For Poshmark right now, I don't really focus on Poshmark too much, or I haven't in the past, I should say. And, you know, maybe if I focused on it more, it would be worth it. But if the items are just going to sit there and get stale because they're not being shared, I'm going to move them over to another platform. And so I'm looking into, I need to get started with Mercari, and we'll see how things do on there. And of course, I'll report back to you guys. Stay tuned to the end of the video. We are going to, so these videos, the typical format, will go out sourcing, Goodwill or a flea market, and then, or Savers, other thrift stores as well, too, in the area. And then after that, we'll hit a talking point or two, and we'll do a few what solds. It won't be like everything that's sold, but it will be just a few key items that I would like to show you guys. You know, items that maybe are a little unique, maybe they're a difficult sale. And actually, I did have a great sale just today. The day I'm shooting this, a great sale. It was a coffee percolator. I sell these vintage stainless steel coffees makers all the time, especially like the camping ones. They do incredibly well. The vintage ones, stovetop ones. So I just sold a vintage percolator, picked it up for, I think it was $6.59, and sold for $30. Excuse me. And it sold within 24 hours too. So that was a great sale. But stay tuned to the end. Please like the video. That really helps out the algorithm, gets my videos out there. So if you can please hit the thumbs up button, and subscribe if you want to continue to see content from me, and hit the bell notification if you want to get notified when I drop videos. I drop videos every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually right around midday, depending on where you are in the world. But let's get into Goodwill and see what we can find. Buy low, sell high. That's the name of the game.
Oh, that one? Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah.
$43.20. Yeah, that was on sale. Yeah, it was $10.49. It came out to $8.39.
Paper, right? Like you can spread out the paper around it.
Yeah, I learned a lot upstairs. Look at this I found.
Some petroglyphs. Interesting.
I'm not going to tell you
Take a look at this really quick. I think that might be worth it. We'll see. Alright, should definitely do well. So we'll pick that up. Okay, let's go this way. I actually have one of these. I'm looking for the base on that. It's frother, milk frother, heat and frother. Black and white. What is this? Interesting. What is this? Black and white guitar? It's not a guitar. It's a guitar holder. What is this? Huh. Not really sure what this is. Let's take a look. Put it in the cart. We'll take a look at that later. That's not good. They look good. Definitely want to check these out. These could be possible Patagonia branded, but no. Take a look over here. It's UPS, uninterruptible power supply, very heavy. You don't know the condition of the battery on the inside, so they do have a lifespan. Anything good? Nothing really I can see. Full sleeves. This thing. Now, Golden State Picker Mike would tell me to pick this up right here. Let's see how much they want for it. Hold on. Never mind, that was $155, so it's not going to be a pickup. That CD changer down there.
Oh, my
I know.
Some things they're kind
I was
of
like, whoa. I saw the price. I'm like, yeah, no way. funny. Some generic gaming speakers. RGB with a remote. That's kind of interesting. Not familiar with the brand and pretty lightweight, so. Oh, it's a nice little keyboard. It's kind of cool. Oh, $16 is not worth it. What's nice about it is it's nice and compact. Oh, it's brand new though. Is it brand new?
Yeah, I was.
It's not going to be worth it for $16. What is this? What is this? Overnight what? Overnight. Not for sale. What is this? Morning. Is it a model truck? What is this? Let's get into that. We'll see. I've had success with some of those other non-Lego building sets. Photo frame.
You open the bathroom? No, him. That guy. Yeah.
Circuit setting. That's
I was trying this, and I wanted to
digital camera kit. Got that in there. IKEA light. I'm not picking up IKEA lights anymore just because they haven't really been moving that well. So we're not doing that anymore. Isn't that Magic Jack? I'm gonna see if I can still use this. This might be useful because I do pick up a lot of old phones, rotary phones, dial phones, and this might be a way I can actually test them. I sell them as is, but if I can test them and say that they've been tested and working, I might get more for it. But $4.59 is not bad for a tool that I'll probably use to help me sell some items. That's heavy. What is that? Oh, Veritas. No. Some software. Punching bag. Tabletop punching bag. It's actually a porcelain that he bought. I've never seen a porcelain one. I might. We'll look this up. We'll see what's up. Let's go through the toys really quick. I'm gonna go through the toys and I'll get back to you if I find anything here. Alright, we're checking out the metal here. Don't know. That's pretty good. That's okay. Not bad. 3 and 3. Okay. Alright. What else there? It's over here. Miscellaneous aisle over here.
Ancient Greek. This right here. The Acropolis. Oh, no. Pink. There's nothing there.
Box electrical area.
Okay.
I kind of rolled it out.
I'm not seeing anything really here. What's going on here? Is a big pack of these now? Just one? Remember one time I found a huge pack of those for like $4, so. Irish Spring, earring screen, nothing really up here. Chroma plate, no. Just, whoa, don't fall. Don't fall.
Matthew something.
What we got here? A Moto Rock. Looks kind of generic. Doesn't look of good quality. Put your world into a ball. Oh, photograph. Glasses in here? Nope. Irish Spring. Okay, let's talking pedometer. Deluxe jewelry box. No. Peppermint. All right, jumping over to the wood section here, and I'm not. Juneau, Alaska. I don't know, not really seeing anything here in the wood. Kind of check these end caps here really quick. Ball over here. What's over here in the clear glass? What's over here in the clear? Anything? Don't know what that is, really. Okay, I'm gonna quickly check some of this stuff here in the cart, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so I don't know anything about this. I think it's a golf club bag, so I'm gonna take it. It's a good quality. It's only $6. We'll see about that. I picked up this hat. Really nice, $6. Doesn't really go for that much, surprisingly. Excuse me, I thought it would. So we're gonna put that back. Chapstick. Always use chapstick. So big old pack of it for $4. Definitely look out for this brand here. We got Charles Jordan. Should be like $50. $8 what we're paying for that. Okay. This is what we're paying for the back roller right there. That should be like $50, $60-ish or so. This buying for myself. This, I don't know, but that's what we're going to pay for it right there. This one right here is not really worth it. I thought it might be because it's a porcelain one, but it only goes for like 16. Pottery Barn, those are $6.59. Should be about $70. Probably more like $50 for those Pottery Barn. Personal purchase. It's a soup holder. So, alright, let's get paid, and we're going to go upstairs next. Well, looks like it's starting to get a little busy now, so the egg-shaped paperweight should be 15 to 20, depending upon the signature. It is signed on the bottom. Glass cat should be about 20. Sweater should go for right around $40. But I think that's going to wrap up this trip here, because I'm running out a bit of time. And upstairs was pretty much a bust. Nothing really price-wise it's worth it. Yeah, price-wise, nothing really worth it, and music was quite loud up there. Oh, I didn't get a chance to look in here. Let's take a look. Dell something or other. A bunch of these UPSs, uninterruptible power supplies. Arm there. What did I see? Oh yeah, right here. Okay. Yeah, roaster. What is this? Oh, okay. That was nothing. All right. Well, let's head on out because I got to move on down the road. I was getting ready to head on out, and I spotted this right here on the what the purchase is. I saw the back of that, and I knew that what the tag was, but based on the bag, I really didn't know. I know that's a Disney tag, but I didn't know the bag exactly. But once I flipped it around, Pirates of the Caribbean, brand new with tags, tote style, from Disney parks. So it probably cost $50 in Disney parks, which is what it probably should sell for online on eBay, $40 to $50. That's a cool find, unless somebody wants it at my house. Now we're heading on out.
Hey everyone, welcome to the end of the video, and I hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to the Goodwill. That is a Goodwill I don't frequent that often. It is a little bit further out of my, a little bit further out of the range. It's not like way out there where I'm not going to get to it that much, but it is a little bit further. It's more towards the downtown area of our city and San Jose. That's where I live and that's where I source. And but usually, by the time I've already hit a few Goodwills, it's like, I'm kind of tired. Time to turn back around. But it is a good one to stop at. I found some great items to resell there at that one. Not too many people I run into at the flea market and at other Goodwills. I don't ever see them there, and it's not the best. And what also deters a lot of people is the upstairs. And I went upstairs. The music was pretty loud up there. And there really wasn't much up there there was plenty of stuff that I could buy. But the profit just isn't there. Or the profit margin isn't really good enough or to justify paying that higher price. So I think that kind of deters a lot of people. And the fact that it's kind of small. There's no rolling carts. You got to... I was actually surprised I actually got a regular little hand basket. Usually it's just that little metal one. But we got some good items. And I have found some great items there at that Goodwill. So I do like to go check it out from time to time. Now, what I wanted to cover was... obviously I have a couple of items here. As far as my solds go, we're going to just do one sold. Because the other stuff is kind of just obvious stuff that's sold. We sell some hats. I have a Lululemon backpack that's sold. It's going to go out. Lululemon, just something you should be on the lookout for. I think the clothing's kind of going down a little bit. The market's really saturated on that. But backpacks still seem to do still pretty good. What was the other thing I sold? Madewell jean jacket. Beaded jean jacket. I sold that. So Madewell, another brand to look out for in clothing. I'm not really a big clothing seller, but I look out for the major names, and when I see it appear, I'll grab it. I'm not going to actively go looking for a lot of the clothing brands. It's just not what I enjoy, so I don't go actively looking for it. Now, this clothing piece I picked up here, and this is what I want to feature here really quick and talk about subject matter and why it's so important, because... So you can look at a brand and be like, all right, I'm not going to pick that up. I know that has, if you're following the sell-through rate, you look up the brand and you'd be like, all right, that brand has poor sell-through rate, or, that brand doesn't sell that well, or sell for a good enough profit margin. And that's the case right here with this sweater. So I got this sweater here, just like like a burnt orange kind of sweater. And... here's the brand actually. If you look at the brand, it's not, like $10 maybe, $15-ish around there. So paying $6 isn't really, what did I pay? $6.39 on this. Would not be a good buy if it wasn't for the subject matter. So when I saw this, it was hanging up there, and well, you guys saw it there. It has NVIDIA, and that's that is embroidered in there. It also has this little NVIDIA patch down there too. Otherwise, it's not marked NVIDIA anywhere else. Now, NVIDIA, I know NVIDIA. Because I'm a huge computer guy, gamer, everything. I tend to, for those of you that are into computers or gaming, I tend to favor NVIDIA. I know it's like NVIDIA is like a love-hate relationship. It's a great company. They make awesome products, but they really treat the consumer pretty bad. NVIDIA's big on NVIDIA makes most of their money from enterprise, or based selling to companies and business. That's where they make the bulk of their money. So when it comes to a consumer, they don't make that much on their products, and they tend to overcharge. And then there was the whole during COVID, they weren't producing as much, but then again, they couldn't probably have anticipated that there'd be a pandemic, and that everybody would be home trying to game, trying to get their hardware. But I'm a huge NVIDIA fan. Yes, I've used ATI and now AMD products before, but I've always been an NVIDIA guy. So okay. So back to the product here. Back to reselling. So when I saw this on the rack, I saw that NVIDIA logo just planted right on that, and the fact that it has NVIDIA on it means it's gonna sell for $30 to $40 for this sweater. I already looked it up. $30 to $40 sweater, because it has the NVIDIA logo on it. The subject matter matters so much with a lot of products. I sold that little cat a few videos ago. I sold the little glass cat sculpture. The actual brand wasn't that great for resale, but the subject matter, is what sold it. And not only, it sold it for great profit, and that's going to sell this for great profit. The fact that it has NVIDIA, people like me, gamers, people, are obsessed with these companies like this. And, we always, back when I used to go to what we call LAN parties, or LAN, local area network. Basically, we're taking our computers and hooking them all up and gaming together. They would give away merch. All these companies like Intel, NVIDIA, other companies, AMD, they would sponsor these events, and they would hand out merch. And we all love merch. You might see some of my shirts. I have some merch from YouTube people that I follow as well too. So we all love the merch. And gamers, PC people are no different. You see some of my hats. I have not this one, but you'll see I have some tech hats. I think I have an Intel hat. I have a whiskey hat, because I'm a big whiskey fan. So I have whiskey branded hats as well too, or apparel. So the subject matter of your item can have a huge impact on whether or not it's going to sell slow and low, or fast and high. So in this case, it's going to be fast and high. Now, there was another shirt a long time ago. It's actually probably a year and a half ago now. Yeah, I think it's been at least a year and a half ago. I was over at Savers, and I came across a polo shirt. It was just a polo t-shirt. It had a generic name, but on it had what did it say? It said on the shirt, it said, what did it say? I'm going to look this up really quick right now, because I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was in reference to a company. I'm sorry, it was in reference to a game, actually. And when I saw it, I knew it immediately. Let me pause really quick while I find it. That's right. I just remember it as the article was, or as the thing was coming up. Black Mesa. Black Mesa? Yeah. Black Mesa. Black, the color black. Then MESA. Mesa. So black, I saw the shirt. It was a polo shirt. It was all black, and then it embroidered on the side, it said Black Mesa on it. And when I saw that, I knew it had no other markings on it. It had nothing else on it other than a generic brand name. I knew immediately. Black Mesa, that's from one of my favorite games of all time, which is Half-Life. Half-Life 2 being my most favorite, but Half-Life Alyx is pretty good too with the VR set. If you have the VR set up, you play Half-Life. If you guys are into PC gaming, if you guys know about Half-Life, if you know the latest one is Half-Life Alyx, you have to have a VR headset to play it. Let me tell you, that is the most amazing experience with VR that I've ever had. And I played a bunch of games on VR, but that Half-Life Alyx, that was an amazing game. And I'm a huge Half-Life fan. I've talked about that before. Okay, circling back. So it said Black Mesa on it, and I knew immediately that is the fictional government agency in the game Half-Life. And I picked it up. I got it for, I think it was like $2 or $3 or somewhere right around there. And I ended up selling it for, I think it was $40 or $50 for a polo, all black, just says Black Mesa on it. That was it. So if you guys ever see Black Mesa, just know that that is from Half-Life. Or anything Half-Life is incredibly popular. And as a matter of fact, the Half-Life logo, which is a lambda, I'll show you. Lambda. Show you what that looks like, what the actual logo looks like. The lambda. If I'm not mistaken, lambda is Greek. Is it Greek? Yeah. Is it Greek? Is lambda Greek? Lambda, yeah, it's the 11th letter of the Greek alphabet. Images. So it looks like... Let me actually show you the actual lambda Half-Life. And what it actually will look like. If you see anything like this, just look out for that. That is a really cool symbol. Well, I mean, because it references Half-Life. So if you guys ever see that, just know it's a game. It's a reference to gaming, reference to Half-Life, and Half-Life people are obsessed, as you can tell, because I'm talking about it so much. So, all right. So the sweater. If you see anything NVIDIA, not all NVIDIA. Well, actually, I sold a random NVIDIA T-shirt that I found. I got it for $1.59 at the Goodwill. It was a very just like a lightweight athletic T-shirt branded NVIDIA, and I ended up selling that for $15. So NVIDIA does incredibly well. Other companies, not so well, but NVIDIA does really well. So look out for that. Always, don't just look at the brand, but also look at the subject matter, because that can also help you to sell your items fast and for better profit. Now, on to the sold that I want to show you guys here is this. This sold within 24 hours of me listing it. Probably less than that. Probably more like 12 or 13 hours of listing it. This one sold for $30. Picked this up for $6.59 at the Goodwill. And this is a coffee maker, percolator, espresso maker, stove top, stainless steel. Pretty cool. This one actually, usually, percolators, the modern ones, you'll see them kind of go like this. Is a vintage one, and this is what the inside looks like. It has a bunch of pieces to it, so you pop that off. There we go. That comes off there. There's the bottom right there. Usually has some sort of rubber or silicone on the inside. So that's the top part. That's where the coffee ends up, where you pour. Then it has where you put the coffee into it. This little device right here is where you put the coffee in. You pack the coffee in there. Usually an espresso grind on your beans is what you would put in this. But I use regular coffee. I use a regular coffee. I do a pour over usually every morning, and I'll make my coffee in this later in the afternoon, because I will have a second cup. And this just gives it a little bit more of a richness to the coffee, I think. And I just use regular coffee grounds in this. I don't do espresso ground on that. So it's up to you. And this is the bottom, the base. This is where your water goes. So you put your water in here. You put your coffee in there. Boom. Then you put this top on here. This one actually has a little locking mechanism. The newer ones, you just screw them down until they make a nice, like over tighten it, but then you just make sure it's nice and secure there. Put it on the stove. It'll heat up, and it'll start to push the water through. It evaporates up to the top, goes through the coffee, and then comes filters filters through the coffee on up, and then you get your coffee on top. So this is actually made in Spain, or patented in Spain. And how I set this one up is, I mean, it really doesn't even matter how you set it up, but because these sell all the time. I sell these old, vintage, good condition, because a lot of them are in very poor condition, because obviously people are making coffee all the time, and coffee stains everything, even stainless steel coffee will stain it over time. Mine is completely stained up on the inside from coffee. So good condition, decent condition, because I've sold ones even with plenty of coffee stain in it, and it sells really well. Camping style coffee pots do incredibly well. The vintage ones, that is, vintage stainless steel ones, even aluminum ones. I've sold vintage aluminum ones as well too. They'll usually have a name on the bottom, but I've sold them without a name on the bottom as well. So they do incredibly well. You don't want to spend too much, because they're going to sell for right around that $30 price point. And generally you can get them really cheap, because people don't think that that's a Goodwill. I mean, I did pay a little bit for it because it does have a little bit of a weight, but the other ones I've purchased from Goodwill are usually right around $3 for those. What was I looking up? Oh, title structure really quick. Title structure for this. This is a vintage Spanish. And the reason why I put Spanish, because it says Spain on the bottom. Spanish coffee percolator. This is a percolator. Stainless steel espresso maker. Typically, it's a coffee maker, but it's known as an espresso maker as well too. And then I'll put kitchen stove, because you would use this on a stove. You could do this over an open fire. Basically, you're trying to just boil that water. But really cool. These sell incredibly well. Shipping these, piece of cake. You don't really have to worry too much about anything breaking. I'll usually put this in about a 12-inch box. Yeah, that should be about, I have yeah. That's going to go in a 12-inch box by 8-inch by 6-inch tall. I'll probably lay it like that. You don't really have to worry about taking this apart at all. There's nothing to clank and break. I mean, the only thing that could potentially happen is it falls or gets dented, and maybe this gets dented over here, or the handle is plastic that could potentially break. But what I'll do is I'll just take packaging paper and just form it around this whole thing, underneath, on top, all the way around. So that way it has a nice bed of packaging paper to get out to the customer. It does weigh, this one actually does weigh a little bit. So this is probably about a 3-pound package right here. So for $30, we're turning $6.59 into a $30 sale. What we made on it, we made at least $20 on this item. No, wait, let me take that back. Because $30, let's just say take away 7, you got 23. There's fees involved, so we're making close to 20. Wait. So $30, take away 7. We have 23 left over. There are some fees. Let's just say $5 for fees in the box that this is going to go in. So we end up making about $18 on this item. So not bad. It's not wild. We're not getting rich on this sort of thing, but you take this, you take the Lululemon backpack that sold. That Lululemon backpack I I got the flea market, so I got in a big old bundle of other items. So we paid about $3 for the backpack, and that backpack's going out of here at $30. And then I forgot what the free people went for. I think I went for like $18 or $19, and then I had a $130 bat going out too. So everything just starts adding up, and then by the time you know it, you made $400 or $500 on the day, and then times 7, because eBay's going 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. So you're making money 7 days a week, as opposed to going into a job where you work Monday through Friday. Maybe some jobs work on the weekends, but when I worked at the hospital full time, it was just Monday through Friday. So you only make money Monday through Friday. But on eBay, you can make money 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year, 24 hours a day. Although some people say it kind of shuts off at night. But I don't know. had sales pop up at night too while I'm asleep, and I wake up and I'm like, eh. Sales while you're away as well too. You know, there are several options for when you're on vacation. You can turn your store completely off where there's no sales, or you can set it up where you're in away mode and you won't get dinged for not shipping out your items because it'll automatically add. I think it adds up to, you can do up to 14 days in away mode where you'll still be able to make sales, but what will happen is your buyers will get notified that you are away. There will be a delay in shipping, so you can still make money while you're on vacation. But we'll talk about that later in a future video, as well as I do want to do like a little shipping tutorial on this channel, which I haven't done in a while. I'm just staring at my computer. I'm like, what's going on with there? Oh, it's updating. That's what it's doing. The computer, is my computer I primarily use for eBay stuff. Usually just stays on all the time and it goes into sleep mode, and I just saw it doing something. I'm like, what the heck? But it's updates. All right. Either way, thank you guys for watching the video, and I appreciate thumbs up. Please to like the video. That'll help get the video out to other people, expand the channel, and please subscribe if you are not subscribed and would like to continue to see content from me. Hit the bell notification if you want to get notified when these videos drop, which is every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and usually around midday. But thank you guys for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one.
They can be a great people, Kal-El. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Hey everyone, welcome to the video and welcome to Goodwill. However, we are in my front yard right now. I'm just working on the intro right at the moment. I'm trying to get more consistent with what I'm saying on my intros and what they look like and their format. So I have the mic in my hand right here. But we are going to go to Goodwill. We're going to go to TJ Maxx, do a little retail arbitrage. It is not something we do regularly, but if we are out and about, I find myself in a clearance section, you better believe I'm going to start looking items up and seeing what they're going for. TJ Maxx, we tend to focus more on jewelry. If I'm at Target, if I'm at Walmart, you know, I'm going to go look at toys. I'll kind of look at everything, but I'll look at toys. That's tend to be where I lean towards. But you're going to be looking stuff up when you do retail arbitrage. We'll talk a little bit more at the end, but make sure you're looking stuff up to check your margins on those items. Please like the video if you guys like this content from me. By hitting the thumbs up button. Subscribe if you want to continue to see content from me. And please comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of the video, of the Goodwill, of the TJ Maxx. I believe we only pick up one item in this video. And let me know what you guys think about that. Let me know what you guys do. Do you guys do any retail arbitrage? Or are you strictly thrift stores, flea markets, or estate sales, garage sales? All right, let's get into the video. Yep. This is kind of where I like to start at this Goodwill. I'll check out the shoes that they have in the case really quick. I have found some perfumes and some stuff that I like. Stuff that I take. Perfumes resell, but other stuff that I like. Check out the jewelry. I don't really... My initial run through the jewelry, I really don't do any bit of a deep dive into it. Oh man, that's way too much. It's a cool figure though. Too much though. And that's the Rose set from Legos, but $29.99 loose? As a matter of fact, I think it's $29.99 with the box over at Costco right now. What is that? Star Trek Anti-Grav Continuum Designator? What is that? Oh, with a puzzle. A puzzle box. We got some Switch accessories. 24 is a big no. Sequence no. There's no money to be made there. Cool stuff, but prices are too high. That Infinity one. I think I showed that in the video, in my last video. I think I paid more for it. It's actually a better price here. But I'm not going to pick up another one. 49er stuff already getting donated. Because they lost the Super Bowl probably. Looking for some headphones. I have found some Bose ones in here, noise canceling ones for a good price. I always have bad luck with Fitbits. They never seem to work. I've even done the brand new Fitbits and sold it. It didn't work. Brand new. Alright. Had some good luck here in this one at the with silverware. Had some really good silverware scores, but let's go check out this card over here. San Francisco Trail car. San Francisco, this is a cable car, San Francisco. Yeah, nothing there. What is this? Just a little steel or pewter car. Looks like it was mounted on something. I'm gonna actually go check the silverware right now. It's not usually what I do at this point. Right here, but because I have found some good silverware lately, I'll quickly just scope it out. This here, bag's open. What do we got? We got Cambridge. These. There's one called what's it called? Williams Forge. I forget. Something Forge. I always forget the name, but they have the colored handles like this. Those ones can do okay if they're clean. Usually the handles are broken now. Okay, nothing. What's this? Whoa. What is this? Wells Fargo? Asset management. It's a wine opening set. Okay. Okay. Let's back into routine. Back into the this way. What do we got here? That's not glass. Sort of pottery or enamel. Okay, let's go over to electronic. Nothing here. Voight. It's like a brand to look out for the air purifiers. This, not really. 16's too much. CPU cooler. Too much though. I don't need one. What is this? Pretty generic. Pretty generic keyboard. Okay, we gotta go check the clear glass because, as you may or may not have, hopefully it came out in the camera, but that is Baccarat Bear. But let's go see if there's any more floating around somewhere. Odds are probably not, but there is potential now. And at this Goodwill, we have found Baccarat before, so it's not unheard of. Light lamp. These light lamps can be okay. Light therapy, brighten your mood. I'm gonna look this up. What's this? This is the air fryer? Oh, humidifier. I use Live Voight humidifiers. I put this in the short the other day, but it's got a tear here. 16. It's Kangaroo Junior, but not at that price, not with that damage. Alright, let's go check out the clear. Miscellaneous pottery glass. I'm hunting. Something must have been on top of that. Looking for more Baccarat.
Yeah, it was probably about a gram. I know. It's gonna come back. I know. That's what.
This right here looks fancy, but it's not worth anything. Easily identifiable with that star-shaped pattern. It's not worth it. What do I have it priced at? $21. No. I forget the name of that. I just know if I see that pattern, it's not worth it. Spun glass. What is this? This. Not. I was thinking maybe Friendship Foundry or Arthur Court, I believe, but it's not very good quality. Okay. I wanted to get here to this clear glass to see if I can spot any more Baccarat. Oh, I gotta get this right here. Oh man. Was that $1.89? I gotta get this. This was my home base for snowboarding right here. Sierra at Tahoe. Great place. Man, I was there every winter.
That's not for resale. That's shot glass. It's from my own, from me. These Flintstone ones. These. Not sure if these are Burger King or McDonald's. McDonald's. Yeah, these aren't really worth that much. The only thing, like these ones here, the only way I would bother with them is if I got, well, even if I got the whole set, I really wouldn't mess with it. And the problem is, for me, shipping this out. It's glass, it's fragile, it's going to take a good-sized box. And for selling one, it's not worth it. Selling a whole set, you're going to need a large box. It's going to be 2 or 3 pounds, probably more like 4 pounds. Packaging material you're going to need for it to make, I don't know, to sell them for about 10 bucks. No. Just like these ones, these Batman ones, no. And they're going to take a while to sell. They're not going to sell that quickly. I probably wouldn't even take them if they were free. Compote, strawberries. Cool. But not worth it. Not worth it. What else we're looking for? I'm going to make another pass on these end caps here and see if I can find anything else. Stand by. Back. But, couldn't find any other baccarat. So, let's see. Party lights. And not much success with anything else that I can see. I'm pretty much checking all the clear glass, but I mean, you can kind of tell once you get the, once you spot it for the first time, you kind of get that sense for what it looks like. Probably some Mexican glass. And then you'll see it. When you come across it, you'll see it. Alright. Nada. Oh, sorry.
There's no way to like...
Okay. Now, last sold comp on the Baccarat Bear, 2 most recent, one on bids for 45, and then one on one was a buy it now for 75. So 75 on the high end, 45 on the low end. We'll price it somewhere in the middle there. I might go 75 with best offer. And it is priced up. It is $16, but still worth it. We're still making good profit on it. And it'll move fast. Baccarat moves pretty fast. Looking out for Deneen. Let me go check out the purses, and if there's anything of interest, we'll pop back on. Definitely look out for these little paperweights. $10 is way too much. You want to find them for a buck or two.
Little tumble up. They don't really hold too much value anymore, but picking for $1 or $2 out there, they could be worth it. Nice glass ones. There's a brand of cups to look out for. I believe it's called Fortessa is the name. Very similar to this. It's not this, but very similar. If you see it, it's worth picking up. This is the knockoff version. But I have seen it. Fortessa. They do all kinds of glassware, cups, bowls.
Abigail.
Let's go check out their clearance section for hard goods over here. My interest here. Made in China, still hand blown. It's like an ice cube. It's really heavy. A couple of designs here. It looks like they're already clearanced out. The problem is I don't want to pay. Don't really want to pay more than $5 on that. It's kind of cool. I might do a little bit of research on it, but I don't. I'm seeing about $20 to $25 on it. These multifaceted glass crystal things are kind of cool. Little paperweights. That's probably what they would sell for on eBay. So if you see these out there, maybe $1 or $2, that's probably what you'd get on eBay. Let's got candles, more clearance. The one good thing about retail arbitrage is if you find a good deal on an item, you can clear out a shelf. Make one listing and you're ready to go. But let's go upstairs and check out the jewelry. Much right now, but still got more to go through. But Baubleware is one to definitely look out for. These aren't really worth too much, but the fancier ones are. So, but $12.99, something like this, I want to be at $2, maybe $1 on. I probably wouldn't even pick these up, to tell you the truth. They have to be a little bit fancier than that, but look out for Baubleware. $15, $20. resale value. I'm not familiar with some of these names here. Sterling silver. Little fire opal. Purse alarm is going crazy. I might $19. Okay, sterling silver doesn't go for a crazy amount, but that fire opal is really nice. That's going berserk. We're gonna hold on to that. I'm gonna look up this name. I'm not familiar. Another one of that brand. Sterling silver. It's probably like a little opalescence. I forget the name of that stone.
Yeah, I can't pull out them.
Alright, this is really what we're looking for. Mexico 925. Kind of a cool bracelet. Some Mexican silver here. Lapis lazuli, kind of faceted ring back there. Curious about the price on that one. Other silver stuff. That looks like a real, it's probably a real pearl there. Not the best quality though. What is that? What is that? Italy? Michelangelo's David? Oh, my camera up. Interesting. Okay. Nothing really else here. Might take a look at that ring back there. It looks pretty cool. And probably that's it. Oh, there's something over here I do want to look at. Where's that? Want to say something? Got these two right here. Bubble Bear keychain. Mickey Mouses. Mickey Mice. $34.99. I'm gonna. I think they're about $40 to $50. I'm gonna do a little bit of research on that. Case I've made some great money on. Not today though. There's nothing clearanced out right now, but we got Coach. Lots of Coach jewelry today. This is where they'll put their like Coach. I picked up some Gucci rings out of here. Once it goes on clearance though, so keep your eye out. If you see any clearance stuff, could be worth it. But I made some good money out of this one. Okay, I think I'm gonna pick up that one blue lapis ring by Kendra Scott. And I think it should go for about $40 to $50. I can't really find anything similar to it. But
These are better than these.
that Invicta looks like a the Hulk. Yeah, it looks like the Hulk Rolex. Everyone tries to copy Rolex.
But my wife's going to pick up a couple things. We're not going to take this. I was doing a little bit of research on this guy, and I saw someone, those might be lab created, so if they are, they're really worth it. Oh, Disney stuff. Disney stuff always does well. But not these. Not much today. It could be... nothing really cool or like this is just plain Jane. Nothing really exciting. Not for resale, that is. I think we're gonna wrap it up here. I'll probably go grab a little bite to eat. But I like that little elephant guy. Oh, let me show you guys over here really quick. Those Mickey Mouse right there, about 40 to 50 is what you'd be looking at. So keep our eye out. We can come here pretty often, so if you do see them on clearance, I would pick them up. And there's me in the window, or in the mirror, I should say. Oh, those are Gucci, that's why. I was wondering why those butterflies are $150. $150 is still too much to pay. You gotta get around $75 on those. And then you can probably resell them for about $150. Alright, let's wrap it up. Okay, so this was the ring we ended up picking up. It's a Kendra Scott. Definitely a name to look out for. We wouldn't pay the retail price on this, which is $128, but $16 on clearance is not bad. I couldn't find anything exactly like this. I found some one-stone rings for right around $40, so I'm guessing maybe 50 to 60 bucks for this ring here. So just one piece today, and that's retail arbitrage for you. Might have to hit up a few stores, but look out for the clearance sections. And I'm not sure, I might put this at the beginning of a video, or I might put this toward the end of the video. But a little retail arbitrage for you. Hey everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and I hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to Goodwill and over to TJ Maxx. That TJ Maxx is not just a home goods store, but it's also clothing and jewelry. Because I know there's some that are just do clothing, some are just home goods, but we were looking for some stuff for the house, and I always pop by the jewelry section to see what we can potentially pick up to resell. Now, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's retail arbitrage because I'm at a retail store, but TJ Maxx essentially is like a discount store. So they will take items from a retail setting. Like, as you can see, they sell a lot of designer stuff, a lot of Gucci branded jewelry. And they'll take it from, I don't know where they get it from, really, from other stores, from Gucci maybe, from Macy's probably. And then they'll resell it in there. So they're basically reseller. They're essentially doing what we're trying to do. But it is a little bit tougher to, make the margins that I'm used to going to the flea market and the thrift store. Retail arbitrage is a totally different game. And in my opinion, it's more, if you're going to be doing retail arbitrage, I would be doing it more on Amazon. Is where I'd focus my efforts, because Amazon really does, to me, Amazon is more of a retail setting online as opposed to eBay, which eBay is more, in my opinion, more geared towards used items and, unique items that you're going to go look for. And I'm going to show you a really unique item that we sold today and a couple of unique items to look out for. So it's more of a secondhand market. Whereas Amazon, in my opinion, is more of a retail market. I mean, I go on there and buy new stuff. I don't really look, when I'm looking for cool, unique toys, stuff I collect from my childhood, I'm not going to Amazon. I'm going to eBay. When I need toilet paper, I'm going over to Amazon, so you're going to hear a lot of people talk about, Amazon is, beating eBay, or, eBay is going down. Amazon has the lion's share of online retail traffic, online shopping traffic. But what are people buying from Amazon? People are buying, little cords, like, not like, cords, chargers and phone cases. And to me, those items don't really translate that well to eBay. One second. What were they saying? Like cords and stuff don't really translate well to eBay. I mean, you could sell some of them. More unique ones, like adapters and something like this would sell for $10 on eBay. You can probably find it on Amazon too, but in my opinion, it's better. This type of a cord, which is a Plantronics, basically it plugs in USB-C, so you plug in your computer or your phone, and then you plug in your headphone on this side, and it gives you that inline control and allows you to use your headphone as a headset through USB-C. And so on Amazon, I would be more looking something brand new. Like, I would be looking for this brand new with the headset and everything. But this, if I need just the cord, I'm like, man, where's that? I'm missing that cord for that thing, or I really wish I had that cord, or whatever use purpose, someone has for it. They need something, just that unique cord. They don't need the whole setup. They just need the cord. Then they would go to somewhere like Amazon. And that's, that's my whole thought process behind it. And, that's the way I've utilized both platforms as far as a consumer goes. When I'm, like I said earlier, I'm looking for something unique, I'm going to eBay. I'm looking for, something I need for the house, something I need. My vitamins. I buy my vitamins on Amazon. Well, some vitamins I buy on Amazon. Actually, some got a Whole Foods, which is Amazon too. So it's all encompassed on Amazon. I get my vitamins on Amazon on a regular schedule. I get some shipping supplies from Amazon. I get shipping supplies actually from both eBay and Amazon. So yes, Amazon's larger, but they sell totally different things, than eBay. But like I was saying, we're rolling things back here. So retail arbitrage, in my opinion, if I'm buying something brand new, I would probably lean towards putting it on Amazon. I'm not on Amazon right now, although I do plan to in the future. But books do really well on Amazon too. They do a lot better on Amazon than eBay. eBay is more like, your collector market for books, specialty books. I've sold books on eBay. I primarily, I haven't sold anything on Amazon before, but on eBay I have sold books before. But it takes a very special book. Where on Amazon you could probably, get through mediocre books and make a pretty good living doing that. But I'm doing retail arbitrage for eBay it's soon to be not Poshmark, but I'm doing retail arbitrage for, let's just say, eBay. That's what I'm doing for. So if I am retail arbitraging, I'm looking on eBay, seeing what comps are looking like. And comps tend to be less on eBay than they are on Amazon. I don't know. People just associate. I don't know. People pay more on Amazon than they do on eBay. I don't know why that is, but it is. It is a thing. So something that you may pick up, and you're like, on Amazon, this would be $50, but on eBay, I'd probably more go for $40. So just be aware of that. But either way, I picked up this ring. I'm going to show you the ring right now. It's a Kendra Scott. Kendra Scott is a great name to look out for and pick up. But cool ring. It's lapis. So the one stone is lapis lazuli. And for those of you guys, I always like to drop a little tidbit of history or information. But lapis lazuli was actually a very, very expensive, considered a royal stone in ancient Mesopotamia, Middle East. The Egyptians, Sumerians, everybody really prized the blue lapis lazuli. Nowadays, you can go to Michael's and get it. But back in the day, it was very hard to come by and incredibly expensive, and it meant you were wealthy or powerful. So, that's one of the reasons why I wear, you might see in this video, I have a necklace here with 3 stones. One of them is lapis, and that kind of is, because I'm a huge history guy and ancient history. I mean, I like a lot of stuff. Like I've always said, I collect a lot of stuff. I like a lot of stuff. And ancient history is something that I really, really study a lot, watch a lot, read a lot about. And, you know, lapis lazuli, I mean, the Mesopotamia, lapis lazuli is kind of like a representation of that era, of that time when, you know, kind of like the birthplace of modern civilization was around that area. So that's why I wear the 3 colors. The other stones have meanings too, but we're talking about lapis right now. Meanings to me, that is. I mean, maybe meanings to other people, but they have meaning to me. That's why I wear it. But either way, Kendra Scott. Look out for Kendra Scott jewelry. There was a Barbie-themed bracelet that was going for a few $100s from Kendra Scott, and I've been looking out for it. Keep my eye out for it. It doesn't go for as much as it was when the Barbie craze was happening during the summer, but it's still a great piece and still can go for about a couple $100s. And it will be marked on the inside. It will say, I don't know if that will come out on the camera, but you will see Kendra Scott on the inside written. This ring should sell for about $75. So we got this on clearance. Oh, I took the clearance tag off already, but it was what was it, 16 or 17? Let's just say with taxes and everything, about $20. So $20 into $75. Now, $20 at a thrift or at a flea market is a little bit much to pay. I wouldn't be paying that. Now, I'm going to jump into a recent find because I want to get this information out there. I want to show you guys what to pick up and what you should be looking out for, because this isn't obvious. Now, I paid about $2.50 for each of these, and I'll show you both of them right here. This one's kind of rubbed out, but it's Cam Link is what it says on there. But that symbol right here is the symbol for a company called Elgato. It's currently owned by Corsair right now. But these are just basically, you plug this in your computer, USB 3, 3.0. I'm pretty sure it's just 3.0 because it has the blue indicator right there. Nowadays, the colors now really don't mean anything now because everybody just kind of uses. There's red, there's like a neon green looking one. Some of them aren't even colored at all, so you don't even know what they are. But when this came out, the blue indicated USB 3. The opposite side has HDMI, and this is a way to capture video on your computer from a camera. So a lot of streamers use it, and it allows you to use a better camera because a lot of IP cameras or Internet Protocol cameras, just the little camera that's inside your laptop, when you're doing we do Teams meeting at the hospital, but it's what's the big one? Zoom. When you're doing Zoom meetings, a little camera on your laptop isn't usually the best. And if you're a gamer and you're streaming on Twitch, which I used to do, you generally would want, if you're a little bit more advanced, you would want or you want your content to look more professional. You would use a little upgraded camera, like what I'm using here is a Sony camera. I forget the model number, but I'm using a Sony camera to record this. Let me just show you really quick. I'm gonna grab my GoPro over here. What do I do with that cord though? I have the right cord for it, because you need a specific cord for GoPros and cameras, because GoPros and cameras don't have a full-on HDMI plug. But if you're interested, this is my here's the GoPro I use when I'm out and about filming. So it's just a GoPro 10, and I have the little cage for it. It's the media mod for it, so it gives me extra ports on the back here. But you would take your little, I think this is a micro or a mini US, I think it's a micro US HDMI. So you get your micro HDMI and you would plug this into your camera. This camera that I'm shooting on has one of these too, and I could use it as a streaming camera if I wanted to, but I would need something like this to do it. And like I said, I picked these up for $2.50, so you would plug this into one end, plug your camera into the other end, and then you would plug this into your computer, then you would have your software, you would look for the Elgato, and then you'll get the picture coming out of the camera, so you would have it on you or watching your game or something like that. But $2.50 a piece, and these should sell for about $50 to $60 each. This little tiny thing, I got 2 of them for $2.50. As a matter of fact, I'm going to keep one because I could probably use one in my YouTube videos or YouTube Land or YouTube World and future content to come. And these will stream in 4K, so which is even better, 4K. Now, you know, and I've sold things that are bigger than this for $50 to $60. I've sold big backpacks. I have a backpack right over here. Oh, I just crushed something. As a matter of fact, this backpack should sell for about $60 right here. Picked this up at Goodwill for $9.39. This is a branded Kong, I think it is. Yeah, Kong backpack. This should sell for about $60. So which one would you rather, when you get your order and you got to ship it out, which one would you rather want to ship out? This big old backpack or this tiny little thing that just goes inside a bubble mailer? You know, it's kind of like, it kind of goes with that work smarter, not necessarily harder type of thing. So I'm trying to present the knowledge to you guys so you guys could know what to look out for. Here's another variant. This is one of mine. Oh, here's the actual name on the back. This is another variant of it, of the Elgato video capture device. But again, something to look out for. The little sign. Obviously, there's newer models, older models. This is a 1080p one, so not 4K, but obviously the higher the resolution, the better. So something to look out for when you're out and about at flea markets, Goodwill, thrift stores, or maybe retail arbitrage. You might find them out there. You know, they might be priced really low. If they're brand new, obviously you'll get a lot more for it. Okay, interesting. What's sold in this video? The time of me shooting this ending, I've already sent my orders out for the day, so don't have any of those on hand right now, and I don't think there was really anything interesting. We've only had a few orders this morning so far, but let me just double check and make sure there was nothing like a hat, Halo action figure, a Minnesota Twins keychain. This keyboard right here. So this is the keyboard I want to show you. Picked this up at Savers not too long ago, and it sold within, I think it was probably within a week. I think I got this time last week. So, and this comes apart. It's a Kinesis. Definitely want to look out for that brand name. Freestyle, different variations of the Freestyle. This happens to be the Bluetooth version, but the cool thing about it is it does separate, so it is ergonomic. Sold for $30, and I believe we picked this up for around $7. So, pretty good profit there. So look out for keyboards. I sell keyboards almost, I don't know, maybe every other day or so. Sometimes they go faster than others. I just got a bunch more Apple full-size keyboards. Not like this, but not these ones specifically, because these ones are actually missing keys. These ones were tossed into a deal because they are missing keys. They do work. I think I got 3 here, and I got another one here, a fourth one, where it's missing a key. They do work, they're just missing keys. So, and I'll sell these at a really steep discount, probably like $2 each, just to, no, I'll sell them for a little bit more. I'll try to get at least $10 for the bundle, make it worth my while, and maybe somebody could pop the keys off and put together a whole keyboard if they want and have extras. You can sell the keys, but that's really tedious. You're going to take all these keys off? It's a lot of work for maybe $1 or $2 each key. But, I mean, $1 or $2 each key could turn out to be a pretty good profit overall. But sometimes it's easier just to buy a whole keyboard. So, I was going to do a little deep dive into computer components to look out for, what to look out for, how do I know what to pick up. But I'll probably save that for another video because this one's getting kind of long. Another brand to look out for. This isn't sold just yet, but I hope it should be. But really quickly, so I can throw this out there for everybody to see. Charles Jordan purses. I guess they also make other stuff too, but I've never come across the name before. I just so happened to come across this purse. I picked it up out of a bin at my local Goodwill, and I just picked it up and I was like, wow, that's actually really nice quality. I had no idea the name, never seen the name before, but I just noticed that it was a great quality purse, bag, makeup bag maybe. I think it's actual purse, but picked it up, threw it in the cart, looked it up later. Turns out it's actually a good brand. Most of them go for around $30 to $40. I did a Google image on this one because I couldn't find this exact style. There was an Etsy listing that said there was a sold for $300 on this exact style. I don't think it's worth $300, so I posted it for $100. Open a best offer, and probably go for about $50 or so. Ultimately, is what I would estimate. If it goes for higher, even better. Set my expectations low, and then anything above that is just amazing. So, I hope you guys appreciate the video. Hope you guys like the items in the video. Let me know down in the comments down below. Are you familiar with Elgato? Do you like keyboards, purses, designer purses here? We sell a little bit of everything. Let me know what you guys sell, what platforms you sell on. Let me know about retail arbitrage. Have you guys attempted to do that in the past? Do you do that now? Please like the video by hitting the thumbs up button. That helps push the video out there to more people. Helps the algorithm, as everybody says. And subscribe if you want to continue to see content from me. And you get the bell notification if you want to get notified when these videos come out every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually around midday, depending upon where you are in the world. But thank you guys for watching. We'll catch you in the next video.
They can be a great people, Kal-El. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Hey everyone, welcome to the video. Welcome to the flea market. We're back at it again. There's no rain in the forecast for this past Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Well, I think there was rain Wednesday, but it wasn't until later. So we were able to get out here all 3 days. There is rain planned for the weekend, but we don't typically come to the flea market on the weekends anymore. Just because I've been, you know, I really don't need to source that much on the weekends. And the weekends are big days here, especially Sunday. So if I'm ever in the need of doing some serious sourcing, I'd come on the weekends. But let's go ahead and get paid. Let's get in there. We got Friday, so it's dollar days, hopefully, on most, you know, most stuff, I hope. And not big of a line. All right, let's get in there. Ooh. How much is the silverware?
$5.
$5? All right, that's cool. There you go. Cool. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
What else we got here? J.A. Hinkles is a brand to be on the lookout for. It used to be back in the day on par with like Cutco and all that, but it's, you know, just a little bit more upscale than most. So for a bunch of forks and, you know, forks and spoons, dinner knives, I mean, unless you're getting steak knives. No, let me check this guy over here. Oh man, keyboard guy's over there.
Like that? Yeah.
Bye.
Le pregunto al señor, por favor.
Picture, hermano.
¿Las gorras a cómo?
$2 las gorras.
$5.
How much for the Star Wars light Lego guys?
$2 each.
$2 each? I'll take them. 1, 2, and 4. There you go. Thank you very much. Oh, I saw some over here, but I wanted to check out the box guy, because he's only here on Fridays. He wasn't here last Friday, so I'm gonna go see what he has. Everything over here is usually $1, so but you gotta go through the boxes. Got those 2 Lego figures. I mean, they're about $10 a piece, but they're pretty much for my own personal use. They're pretty cool. I love those things. If they were brand new in the package, I would definitely resell them, but alright. I'll be right back.
Oh, this is not in
They
there?
were on the shelf. Oh yeah, they're in there.
Oh, they're
yeah.
in there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 15. Yeah, thank you.
15?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, cool. I'll take those. Alright, here's I grabbed the movie too. Here's $1 for the movie.
Okay.
$1 for the movie.
Okay, yeah.
Then we'll do 15.
Oh, hi, how are you?
1, 2, then.
Last time I bought a thing like that. I put on a hat and I'm missing a
Really? I think.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Last time, right? Yeah, now, yeah.
Now it's good.
No.
5 more.
Yeah.
I think 6 more, 5 more.
Okay.
Boom.
Come on, you.
El carro lo deja.
Okay. Nothing too crazy. There's a vendor that's here that's missing. I'm not seeing. Yeah, there's a couple of vendors that are missing out of this area. So, circle back this way. Okay, the shoes, brand new in the box, should be about $60 for those Timberlands. I don't know if Timberlands is making a comeback right now, but I've listed some on eBay and Poshmark, and they just sell so quickly. And then the Batman DVD, that's personal use. Yeah. It smells like a match or something. I don't know. Someone else just mentioned there's something burning. Well, I just heard a bunch of sirens going off, so. Alright, let's get to this front part of the flea market, and if I see anything of interest, I'll come right back. Okay. See that Izod watch? It's made to look like a Rolex, and I believe, if I remember correctly, it's the Pepsi, is what they call it, the Pepsi Rolex watch. It's pretty popular. Rolex. I don't know if Rolex calls it that, but in the community they call it that. There's the Pepsi, there's the Batman, the Batgirl, there's the Starbucks, the Hulk. They all have these nicknames. And of course, people try to emulate it. Alright, I just wanted to pop in and show you that really quick. Let's keep moving through here. Alright, so I saw a couple of calculators. They were the TI 84 Plus. Two different variants of it. And they wanted 25, so $25. And probably sell for right around 40, anywhere between $40 to $60 is what I can see. But I don't know, TI 84 Plus, they were clean. Didn't really feel like spending that much on them because I don't know if they work. I feel more comfortable at $5 a piece. And then they had different ports on the top, so I wasn't sure what the difference was. Oh, here we go, some minifigures. Rocket Raccoon. It's an Ultron variant. That's a Thor on a Star Wars body. Some of these are not Lego. The Clone Trooper helmet, but nothing rare. Pretty cool. I always look out for Legos. Nothing I need though. Let's take a peek over here. What a lot of people don't know about me is that I can understand Spanish, even though I communicate in English. And I've caught on numerous occasions where I can hear them talking about me. It happens. Nothing bad. Usually discussing what they would price an item for. The only problem is I can't write it, and I don't remember the words. The word, like, it's kind of weird. Like, I understand the words, but I just can't remember how to communicate back in Spanish. I don't remember the words. I did take Spanish in high school, and you would think I would do a lot better, but I just, wanted to get it over with. You would think I would have aced it, but I didn't, and I really didn't like it. I was more into science and math. Those were my favorite. But here at the flea market, it definitely helps to know, or at least understand Spanish. Okay, I'm gonna, oh, license plate. This is real. Looks real.
Oye, what is it?
Here you want to look for the plus.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo que muy temprano se va a ver?
La mañana aquí
How much?
Se mira temprano, pero no ya.
Sí.
Hi, how much for the license plate?
$3.
Okay, perfect.
Sí. Oh, ya va de salida, hombre.
There you go.
Ande.
Thank you. Personalized license plates, look out for them. I sold them one that said Elliot for it was 140. That was someone's name spelled out though. And I think it had to do with E.T. Okay, so look out for personalized license plates. They could do really well.
And she gets, oh no, she just gets hella bad,
Okay, let's move down the line here and I'll come back and see something interesting here. Or I have something to talk about. Lego bag.
Porque es que la gente no la va a comprar. Uno tiene que ser al tiro lo que vas a vender.
Okay.
Okay.
Got the glove, got the two. Just two balls here.
Gracias a usted. Okay. Give me 30.
30? Oh,
30, yeah.
Man.
Ese diría, solo por daban, diría $30. Pues it's good.
Let me think about it. It's kind of coming apart here, the leather.
25 14. It's good deal. I know you. I said to you every time.
I know.
Yeah.
I was thinking like...
Give me 25. It's good deal. For all things.
I could do...
Only for this, example, 14.
Yeah.
It did. Give me...
Can you do 20?
Give me $22, you. Okay.
22?
Yeah, for you.
All right, let's do it. 22. That's
Yeah.
good. All right.
I like it business to you, but you know, no crying
Yeah.
too much. People crying too much. Chinese people, I don't like it business, man. No consideration, Chinese people.
No.
The nothing people.
22.
Okay, bro.
Hey, thank you very much. Okay. So I had to. I turned on the camera right there because I knew there was going to be going to be a little back and forth, a little haggling there. I knew I was going to want quite a bit for the glove. I mean, it's a decent glove. It's just, it's older. There's some wear and tear. But we'll probably just double up our money on that deal. We're not going to make too much. And one of the balls I might, I'm actually give away because it said San Francisco versus LA. And my wife's family, they're big LA fans. They're from LA, so big LA fans. Dodgers, that is. LA everything. LA Rams, LA Dodgers.
Yes.
And then I'll sell the other stuff off. Okay. So you guys got to saw a little bit of negotiation happen there. He's a cool guy. He's here all the time, and sometimes on different days they'll be in different spots. So let me pause it right now. There's music here. Not there. So if you see a vendor that you like, has stuff that you regularly buy, then and they're not in the same area, like you come back, search the flea market because they're probably just in a different area. A lot of these people, they just come for the day. I'm looking to see if I'm gonna go check out. I'm gonna shoot across here and go see Lupe's section. But a lot of these vendors are here just for the day, and they just get, they get a spot that, if it's available, they take it. Some people rent out spots on an annual basis, and some people just have, like I was saying, spots they like. So if you don't see your vendor at the usual spot, walk around. They might be somewhere else. Okay, what's that? Morning.
Money. These little stuff new.
Okay.
Everything is new.
Over there? Okay, cool. Alright, so check out the new stuff. Oh, that bowling design is really nice.
Giờ một cái rồi mua một cái gì đó.
This would be kind of helpful. Alright, we're going to get down and do some searching here. I'll get back to you if I find anything interesting. Okay, so just finished at Lupa Station. Nothing pretty wild. I should say not nothing wild, but as far as volume goes. But this little TV screen right there were 20 bucks for both these items. This Surflink Media, probably about $30. But this one right here, this Star Key, can go for up to $150. So pick that up. Happy to pay $20 for that. We're gonna make some good profit. But let's start working our way through the rest of the flea market here. What in the world do we have here?
Just that one bag. That's enough for sale. Yeah, we just bought.
Look who's got a crowd today.
Welcome to the thrift store.
We got a good lens.
Randy.
Look, are you with the IRS or the fucking shitholes?
Whoa, where'd you get that?
What does that mount to? A Canon or a Nikon?
Where'd you get that one? We're gonna have to report to the IRS on that. It's not flea market quality, sir. It's not flea market quality. Get it out.
He's in the truck business today. Hey, look, I think we got a serious fire here. We got a serious fire.
Yeah.
Get the fishing pole, get the trout line, get the rocket.
What do you guys got on the computer?
Hey, Mingo.
How's the computer?
Don't touch it like that if you can. 300.
300 on it? What kind of GPU is that? Do you know?
We found it yesterday in the store.
We'll find out what
Core iPhone Thrift.
On 7. I do 5, take it.
And I was having trouble looking it up because on the back it had a model, but the model was for the Wi-Fi card. Kind of weird, but I was able to find it. It's an older specs. It had an NVIDIA GTX 1070. It's cool, but probably only worth about 300. The 1070, it wasn't even a, I mean, if you're familiar with graphics cards, it wasn't even a 1070 Ti. Just your basic 1070. There's an airplane going overhead right now. But it was just a basic 1070 Intel 8th gen. The specs weren't really there. I mean, the guy, I don't really deal with them too much. They do have some cool items, but they usually ask really high prices for stuff, so yeah, so be careful. Make sure you look it up. Check the specs on your computers. Plus, again, you're buying it at the flea market. You don't know if it works. So it looked like they had everything there, though, for it. I probably would have bought it for personal use at $200. Wouldn't pay much more than that. It came down to $250, but He said he can list it for $1,000, but that's a bit of a stretch. On the cool factor, it's worth about $1,000, but spec-wise, very old tech. And prices have dropped a lot on tech since the drop in cryptocurrency. Some things are kind of spiked right now, like power supplies, but overall prices are pretty low on computer components right now, so thinking of picking up a new graphics card for my living room computer, gaming computer. I downgraded it because I wanted to use the higher end card for video editing, because I wasn't really gaming. And when I say upgrade my gaming computer, it's just because, not that I game that much. Alright, let's move through here and let's see what else we can find. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to come out, but there's a lot of music here. Nope. Alright. Let's move a little bit down. Okay, really quick, kind of jam past this. Okay. And then there's more music here. Okay. Jam, 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 jam. Okay, if you guys saw in that video, there was or in that little clip I did right now, when I turned on the camera, there was a box of Salad Master. Salad Master is a name to look out for. They wanted $75 for both. And typically they do charge a lot there. Or prices I can't pay. And those Salad Masters probably go for about $40. But definitely look out for a Salad Master when it comes to cookware. It's a great brand to look out for. And generally resale is pretty high. Look at these hats over here. How much? Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. A little bit small, a little bit. They don't really sell that fast as hats. Okay, let's move on down here and then let's see what else we can find.
Deme 25 y al final se separaron. Y pues yo por eso a mi hermano yo lo adoro porque siempre lo he querido.
Okay. We bought the original iPod, one of the original 20 gig model. If it works, probably about $140. We paid $15 for it. It doesn't charge, even with the older style, that 30 pin-ish connector. I need FireWire, so I think I have a FireWire, But I'm pretty sure there's people around here that have Firewire, or I might just order one. I don't think Firewire cords are that pricey, so if I can get it charged up and working. It does have a cracked screen, but I don't think that really hurts the value due to the age. You just don't see them anymore. But I think we're going to wrap it up here, and I'm probably going to go down to Goodwill right after this, so see if I can find anything else interesting here. There's some music going on, but nunchucks, I don't know. Let me know if in your guys' area you guys have the same laws and stuff, but you can't sell real nunchucks here. It's illegal, so those are padded for trainings. I think that's a way to get around it, but let me know about your guys' laws in your state. I'll look over here real quick. I'll come back if there's anything of interest. Oh wait, this is the one. Okay, this is a PoE. It's basically injects electricity into your network. There's some devices that can accept a electrical current through Ethernet. So you don't need a separate power. You don't need a separate power cord. So what I actually thought it was a networking over what do they call it? It's called a power line adapter. Basically networking over your power lines. Okay, we're wrapping this up here. We're gonna head on out. I'm gonna drive down the... Man, it might need gas. I was talking to my wife how annoying it is to stop at the gas station. But I need to drive down the road a little bit to get to the next Goodwill I want to visit, or to get to the Goodwill that I want to visit. I'm not at Goodwill now, obviously. But we're gonna wrap up this trip and head on out. Okay, we're heading on out of here. It's about 10 o'clock or so. I'm trying to remember where I parked, because I know I didn't park in the usual spot. But pretty good haul today. We've got some great items.
Day off tomorrow if it rains.
I think my favorite was the original iPod. You know, just that old tech. I'm not an Apple guy, but you know, the iPod's pretty iconic. Especially for our, Silicon Valley. The personalized license plate, I don't know. We'll look it up. We might have to, take a stab at it. Maybe price it really high and see if someone's willing to bite. Then the surprising thing was that Starkey. I keep wanting to say Starlink, but it's not. Starkey TV streamer. 140 maybe. I might price it at 150 and open up offers and see what happens. But got some great items here. And what else? We started off with the forks. So don't pass up silverware. $5 for all those forks. That's probably going to turn into at least $60, maybe $70 in forks. So Forks, spoons, dinner knives, butter knives, nah. Whatever you call it, dinner knives or butter knife. Steak knives, definitely look out for steak knives. Those are cool. Those will resell well. But we're gonna move on down the road, and I don't think the Goodwill will be in this video because this is already kind of long. But it'll definitely be coming up in another video sometime. And yeah, catch you guys in the next one. Or no, stay tuned for the end. Hi everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and I hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to the flea market. You guys know, if you watch my videos, I love going to the flea market. I love sourcing there. I just feel you get a better variety of items and also a better price as well too than going to the Goodwill. And the Goodwill has a great variety as well, but I just feel it's just better at the flea market. But sometimes, you know, you will see a lot of the same items at the flea market. A lot of the same vendors that carry the same items. They bring them in every, you know, I'm there, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then they bring them in the next week. And from what I've found, based on me going there so often, is that a lot of these vendors, while they may have desirable items, they're kind of priced way too high. And it kind of translates over to eBay and what we do on eBay and reselling. And when a lot of people do struggle on eBay, you know, a lot of it is maybe the item isn't very desirable, or maybe it's not desirable at the price point that they have set, and that's the price that they want to get, no questions asked. So one way that I move a lot of stuff on eBay is by having offers open. And I've mentioned this before, a lot of my items that are over, they're $20 or over. There's some exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, $20 or more, I will have offers open on that item. Now, one of the biggest exceptions I have is, you know, what I paid for that item. So if I'm pricing it at, it tends to go more with items that are brand new, because I'll tend to pay more for items that are brand new. So let's say I paid $10 for an item. I'm going to probably, based on market research, of course, I'm going to do my research, see what I should price the item at. And typically, if I'm paying about $10 for an item, it's going to be priced around $25. And at that point, I'm probably not going to set a best offer because I paid such a high price for it. But I paid such a high price for it, so I want to get a certain amount back in profit on that item. But obviously, I'm going to have to do my market research. I'm going to make sure that it's going to sell for that around that $25. Even then, I will send out offers, but it's going to be at the minimum. It's going to be about a 5% offer is what I'm going to send out to people. So I'm willing to accept even a little bit less than that $25. But the reason why I don't set best offer on those is because I want to make a certain price point, because I paid such a high, the buy cost was high for that item. But if the buy cost is low, obviously I'm willing to accept a lot lower. And, you know, I'm also willing to give a great deal as well too. So that's one of the reasons why I like to buy as low as possible, so I can also give out great deals to people that are looking for one. You know, if I got a great deal, I mean, I'm more than happy to pass along a great deal to others as well too. Of course, as long as we make profit, as long as we make a good profit, we try to stay around $15 profit margin, although there's exceptions to that rule as well too. So you're going to see exceptions in this. You're going to see exceptions to that rule in what I'm going to show you and what I'm in my what solds. But like a lot of these vendors I see, you know, most of them are just priced way too high. A lot of the items are desirable, but they're just priced too high. They're not moving it. And yeah, in the back of my head, I'm thinking like, hey, you guys, you're just lugging this stuff back and forth week after week after week. I mean, to me, it gets, yeah, I'll even ask on the same items over and over, week after week. I'll be like, I'll ask them what their prices are, and they stick to it the same. And I mean, if that's what they want, that's what they want. And a lot of people most of the people that I deal with and that I buy from a lot, you know, they're in the business of just moving items. They're constantly buying storage lockers, so they just constantly need to clear out items, clean them out. A lot of them will, you know, when they bring new stuff, they'll price it, you know, at, you know, high, not, you know, not to where we can't make a profit, but they'll price it, high for, and to make, make a little bit more money. Then the next day it'll be priced a little bit lower. Then by, the third or fourth day they're there at the flea market, it's, $1 or less. So they want to move items so that way they can keep them cash flow moving, so that way they can keep buying storage lockers and keep having fresh inventory. So, eyes a little watery here. Allergy season is upon us, everybody. But I did go to the flea market recently, and I picked up a couple of great items I just wanted to show you. These are nothing... I'm not going to resell these, but if you were to resell them, you get like $10 to $15 for these. But they're PC games. Serious Sam, a really cool game from way back in the day. What was the year on this one? This is a year... is there a year on this? 2001, so really cool game. And then Descent, like a space starfighter type of game. Another one from, games that I enjoyed back in the day, PC gaming, when I had more time to PC game. But, who knows, maybe I'll get to these games. But these are for my own personal collection. Okay, let's get into the what's sold here. So, I'm going to show you some great what's sold items, things to look out for. And they got a little story about, when you got to go on vacation, what you should do on eBay, and what I do on eBay when I go on vacation. So first off, keyboards. I sell keyboards all the time. So I got I think I have 4 keyboards going out this weekend. So this is a Keychron keyboard. It's a nice gaming, clicky. It's got RGB, all the bells and whistles, rechargeable, wireless. I sold it for $10. And the reason why I sold it for $10 is because this was going to be my personal keyboard. And I bought it at the flea market. And it kind of works. That kind of doesn't work. So I was kind of annoyed with it. And I just said, you know what? I'm just going to get rid of it. I mean, it kind of works, kind of doesn't work. So I took $10 for it. I posted it for $15. And I sent out offers. And someone countered it with 10. And I figured, what the heck, it's not working. It's not really working right, so I'm just going to get rid of it. But if it does work perfectly fine, it should be a $50 keyboard. So be on the lookout. It's by Keychron. I'll show you the back right there. So Keychron K1 gaming keyboard. Really nice, and I really wished it would work for me, but it doesn't. I'm going to keep my eye out. Hopefully I come across another one that does work properly. Then I got some dinosaurs here. So we're jumping from keyboards to toys. Another item I like to sell, and when I was doing it part-time, I would just sell a lot of just tech stuff. I would sell a lot of gaming stuff, keyboards, computer components, graphics cards, things like that, and toys. And I would sell a lot of toys when I was doing it part-time. And I got a bunch of Jurassic Park. These are just a bag full of Raptors in here. And this was from a flea market find. I'm not sure if that video came out yet or not. But there were just a bunch of dinosaurs. And I went searching through all the dinosaurs. I pulled out some of the better ones that were in there. Got a great deal on them. This pack of Raptors sold for $30. And these are all modern ones. So if you can get a bunch of Jurassic Park dinosaurs, and I've sold other ones, non-Raptor ones as well too, in bundles. That's the key, is to sell them as a bundle. So you want to get these really cheap so you can bundle them all up. And Raptors obviously get a little bit more of a premium, which is why they went for $30. The other miscellaneous dinosaurs were selling for around $15-ish. And I got them all in one big deal. If I remember correctly, I think I paid probably $15 for all the dinosaurs I got. So not very much per dinosaur. But if I were to sell each dinosaur individually, it might be like it might be like the Raptors. I saw them anywhere between $2-3 on up to $15 per Raptor. But I didn't want the hassle of having to list each individual Raptor and get a few dollars here, a few dollars there. Bundling them up is the way to go. So you want to buy them cheap when you're doing this. And $30 for this bag of dinosaurs. And it, ships relatively easy. Really not necessarily breakable. A few wraps in bubble wrap, and that can go on a poly mailer and we'll be good to go. Another great item to look out for that I do sell quite a bit of every so often, is sports jerseys. I do pick them up when I do find them. However, I do find that they are priced up, usually at Goodwills and at the flea market. So when they have a sports jersey, usually you're paying a little bit more, whether it's worth it or not. However, this one I found at the Goodwill, and if I remember correctly, it was $8.59, sold for $30. Really, really nothing too special. Yeah, it's a soccer jersey. However, if you see those 3 birds on the back, this is a Bob Marley collaboration. So definitely look out for it. It goes for a little bit more because of that. And it would go for more if it had the Marley, his last name, on the back. That would probably go for about $50 to $60, about double this price. However, a nice sale. This is actually going international, which is great because eBay takes care of everything for you. You send it off to eBay. They'll handle the international, the process that's involved with that. And if anything happens in transit, you are completely taken care of by eBay. So I highly recommend doing international shipping through eBay. On the buyer side, it does cost a little bit more. I mean, quite a bit more. I think it's, someone told me they bought something from me, or they were going to buy something from me, and it was like a $10 or $12 item, but the shipping was going to be $45, and I think they were in Canada, so the cost of the international shipping is a bit more, but it's probably because if anything happens in transit, gets lost, torn, ripped open, who knows, disintegrates, eBay will cover the cost. So everybody gets refunded, the buyer, and, well, the seller just never loses the money, and the buyer just gets refunded. So international, great for the seller. And then another cool item that's sold, and this sold for almost $10. I think it was like $9.50. But this is Yahoo, if you guys remember, the old .com company here, Yahoo. And this is like a keychain, just a little, a keychain or a charm. It has like that little charm thing to put on a cell phone or, on your purse. But it also has a little, like a wrist bracelet chain on there. So just a cool little vintage device. I think this is, because it has www.yahoo.com.hk. I think that might, if I'm not mistaken, I think that might reference Hong Kong, but I'm not 100% sure. However, it sold. And this I got in a big old bundle full of items. I didn't pay very much for it, maybe $1, maybe less than $1, because it was a big old bundle from the flea market. But great sale, and this is super lightweight. And all these lightweight items, I usually put automatically 10 ounces. So on these really, really light ones, this will probably be maybe 2 ounces. This was also an international sale, so we won't, once we send it off, we get it we make it successfully over to eBay's international shipping hub in Chicago. And once we get it there, that's it. We're done. Money's secured. And no matter what happens to the item, everybody's taken care of. Well, hopefully, ultimately, the buyer should get the item and it should be in great shape. And we will package it accordingly. However, you never know with international shipping. Once it leaves, once it leaves the 48 states, because I've had items go over to Puerto Rico, which is technically not international, but it's overseas. I've had stuff go to Hawaii, which is over, you gotta go over the ocean, and things just get totally destroyed in that manner, and that's really, really annoying from both, not just the seller, but a buyer standpoint as well too. So Yahoo keychain, bracelet thing, charm, pretty cool. That's out of here. Pool cue. I sold a really good pool cue not too long ago for $225. That was a Viking one. This one sold for $45. I had it listed for $50. It's not, it wasn't as fancy or as high end as the other one. Where's the other end? Oh, it's right here. Okay. But this brand sells for around $30 to $40, so I got a little bit more than what the average goes for. So it's stealth, and it's not the best in the world, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty good. But I think what really sold it, and what I put in the listing, was Phoenix, the Phoenix bird right there. Pretty cool, just print on there or painting or artwork on that. And that's what I listed. I put in the listing, and sure enough, sold for a little bit above what the average was selling for. What the average for this brand was selling for. So that'll be a cool sale. We'll get that out of here. And then what I wanted to talk about, a little bit about vacation mode, and when you're... One cool thing about eBay is you can still make money even though you're on vacation or you're out of, you know, you're away from your home base. And you can set your store to either... You have to be... First you have to pay monthly for one of the store subscriptions. And you can set your mode... You can set your eBay store on away mode. And you can either completely shut down all your listings so no sales happen at all. They're pretty much just go invisible. Or you can set it up so that you can still make sales, but you kind of extend your shipping time. So you could do, the maximum is 14 days. So the 14 days from, you know, you could set the actual date range. So you set the actual date range, but the maximum is 14 days. That's what it is. Yeah. So, and the reason why I want to address this product here is because what I do is, before I go on a vacation, or before I'm planning to do a vacation, I'm looking usually for a big buy. Not necessarily like big money buy, but big quantity buy of items that are kind of the same, that are easy for me to list, easy for me to picture. Now, in this case, I found these RC Cola. They are all used, of course, with baseball players on there. Older players, a lot of them they were all older players. I mean, because, this RC Cola can was from... I don't even know, when was this? Does it have a date on it? I'm not sure what the date is, but this is Dave Concepcion, and I think he played up until 79. I'm not really 100% sure, but he was a part of Cincinnati Reds, part of the Big Red Machine. If you guys are baseball fans, when the Reds were just, they were for like a decade, they were one of the most dominant teams. I think they won 2 World Series in the 70s when they were. I think Joe Morgan was on the team as well too, and Dave Concepcion was also a really good player. I don't think he's not a Hall of Famer, but still a really good player in baseball. But I made this buy about a month or so before I was going to take a vacation, and what I did was, first of all, I weighed them all out. It was easy. They're all the same, just cans, sports players. I was able to get a bunch of pictures of them already. And I set up all my listings. Right, I set up one list. I could only set up one listing, and all I had to do was change the name. And so while I was on vacation, or I should say on the road on my vacation, I was able to knock out all the listings, get them all set up, ready to go. They all had the same weight. They all had the same pretty much description, except for the name, like I said, or the team as well too. That's easy to change. Set them all up, got them all ready to go, so that way I can continue listing even when I'm on vacation. And I don't necessarily mind that. I know some people like to just completely shut down for vacation, but the fact that eBay is, the lion's share of my income, I still need to keep it going somehow, even on vacation. And so what I do is I look for big buys. I start looking at, plan your vacation. I'm starting to look out for a big quantity buy. Now, all these cans aren't really worth that much. They've been selling between $5 to $7 a can. And my buy cost on each individual can is about 50 cents. It wasn't very much. So we're, as far as percentage-wise, we're making pretty good profit on each can. And doesn't take much to ship either. 3 wraps of bubble wrap. Throw in a poly bag. It's good to go. So it doesn't meet my $15 mark, but the fact that I got a huge quantity, I got over 200 of these cans. All the big name players sold, pretty quickly, but now some of the other, lesser known players are slowly, trickling out every so often. So I still have. I'm under 100 on these for now. I do know that. I'm not sure exactly how many left I have, but I am under 100 of them. So I've already made my money back, and we're in the profit on these cans. So not a crazy money maker, but it definitely helped me out when I was, going on vacation, to keep my store active, to keep fresh listings in my store. And that is one of the keys to making sales and being consistent on eBay, or consistent getting sales on eBay, is fresh inventory, you know, just keeping stuff out there. When you're out shopping, you go to the mall, you see stores that are just kind of, you know, stagnant with the same old things. I mean, do you want to go in there? You know, I don't really, you know, I'm looking for fresh, unique, cool stores, you know, stores with good items. I don't want to see stores with just the same old merchandise all the time. You know, kind of boring, and you know, I don't want to go in there and be bored inside a store. But let me know what you guys think down below. Yeah, we'll discuss more about another video. I don't want this video being too long. We'll discuss a little bit more about you know, how to consistently make sales and what you should be doing in your eBay store. But that'll be for another video. If you guys enjoyed this video, please hit the thumbs up to like it. If you want to continue to see content from me, hit the subscribe button down below. And you can hit the bell notification if you do want to get notified when these videos come out, which is every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually about midday. Otherwise, we'll catch you in the next video.
They can be a great people, Kal-El. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
And I think we're going to head over to Goodwill, maybe Savers. We will see. This is going to be a little bit of a vlog style, and I want to see how this does on the channel. And also, too, I'm going to test out. I want to test out my mic placement. I have been getting, and I hear it in my videos. I've been hearing, you know, my breathing in the videos, which is kind of annoying, and annoying to me. And I'm going to try the placement of the mic, which is right here below my chin. I might put it on my actual collar of my shirt to hopefully avoid getting the breathing in the video. But on the subject of that first, I don't know if I got to practice. It's not that I'm out of breath. I mean, I don't feel out of breath, but I just got to practice better breathing techniques, I guess, since I have a mic here. I just finished putting gas, so we're gonna get on the road. But I do have I have asthma, which means I then therefore have COPD. Also have allergies, and of course, right now allergy season is really big. My nose is perpetually stuffed up, so kind of annoying. And I have a tendency of forcing air through my nose, and I never really paid attention to it until I hear it on my mic. So I'm trying to avoid all that, trying to figure out the right position for the mic so that way I can avoid all that, save you guys from all that noise, because we just want to concentrate on the reselling and making sales on eBay. Finding items and making sales on eBay. That's the name of the game. I'm heading out to the post office right now. Today's day Tuesday. It is senior day. I'm not a senior, so I don't get the discount. Although I've gotten the discount before. People have given it to me. Just, oh, we just give it out to everybody, da-da-da-da. But it's not consistent, so I don't always get a discount. And around here, it's, I think it's 30% at Savers and 20% at Goodwill for seniors. And I think it's the limit is 55 and over, so a lower age barrier, I guess. Yesterday was Monday, so that means weekend sales. Weekend sales are doing great. We're kind of, well, we're not kind of, we are at the levels of last year. So we did 38 orders over the weekend. I got all those out on Monday. And, you know, I mean, the goal isn't necessarily to be at last year's level. It's to, you know, grow and beat last year's level. So that's the name of the game we're trying to do right now, and we could beat it in two ways. We can either do more volume, or we could just sell better items. And so far, better items are going out. One of the highlights was a Bowflex. We got 2 of the Bowflex Select Tech dumbbells that came with weights. And I've been selling off the weights, and the dumbbells sold And those dumbbells were $78 each, just for the handles. The weights, I sold 2 weights over the weekend and $25 a piece for those weights. So great sales right there. So the quality of the items is definitely better. And then obviously we would like to get the quality and the volume to move simultaneously if we can. And that's the goal with us getting out to Goodwill, Savers. Find better items, find good items that resell well. And you know, here we don't follow sell-through rate. I mean, we look at it, we do our market research, but it's 50-50. I would say, you know, sometimes I go by gut and feeling, how I feel about an item. Do I feel I can sell it? Because sometimes the brand, and I brought this up with a sweater not too long ago, the brand was very poor. It's a poor reselling brand. But the subject matter had NVIDIA on it, the company logo. But because it had the logo of the company on it, it resold for around $30 to $40. If it did not have that logo on it, I would not have picked it up. So you got to take a lot of stuff into consideration. And sell-through rate isn't everything. Sell-through rate is not everything. You know, and it takes years, and sometimes the years don't even add up to great sales or great knowledge. So stay along for the ride. Please like the video. Subscribe if you want to continue to see content from me, and hit the bell notification if you want to get notified when these videos come out. I'm going to decide where I'm going to go, and then we'll take you guys along for the ride, for the trip. Just dropped off at the post office. Now check with your local post office, speak to the manager there. So yesterday, there goes the door, the funky, the clicking of the door, don't mind that. So, you know, I was dropping off a bunch of orders yesterday because it was Monday, and the manager, one of the managers was out there, and I happened to be there late, and so he said, you know what, you can just go right into the back. There's some bins back there. That's where you can drop off your mail, so that way it doesn't, because typically what we do here is we would stack it on the shelves or on the desks that are there, and where the tellers are. Basically find an open spot, and that's where you drop it. But he said, you know what, just go to the back. You can drop off stuff back there. There is a sign though that says employees only. But for small businesses, obviously, you know, reselling online, reselling on eBay, reselling on Poshmark, anything like that, whether you're on the side or what, you can come back here and drop off your stuff in the back. So that way you don't have to stack it up in the front. You really don't have to deal with it. Not that I have to stand in line, but there's usually a big crowd in the post office here, so it can get a little hectic in there. This is going to make it a lot easier for me. I'm glad I found that out. So I'm just going to come straight to the back, drop them off behind the building, and I'm good to go, ready to get on with the rest of the day. Otherwise, it's like playing Tetris inside there sometimes, especially on a Monday. We're all stacking boxes and packages and trying not to let them fall, so it'll help out a little bit. All right, let's get going. Okay, everyone, this is what we're doing. We're going over to Savers, if you can see it there through the trees. I decided just to come here. It's the first stop on technically it's the first stop on my route. I prefer to go to Goodwill's, but we're here at Savers. Let's go see what they got in there. Again, remember, it's Senior Tuesday, so it's going to be busy. It's going to be pretty packed. Generally, I like to look at the glass because sometimes they do get some good computer hardware. And, you know, it's one of my specialties, so I can usually make some pretty good profit on that if it's, you know, obviously we can get it for a good enough price. But I got a donation just in case. I already have a coupon, but I'm going to drop a donation off anyway. Let's get in there and see what we can find to buy and sell on eBay. Okay, this is kind of interesting. It does have some weight to it. Bulls and bears. Stock market. $5.99 is a little bit high, I think. I'll probably, this little guy probably pops out. I will scan this. Just see that. There's a bunch of little clocks right here. Another cool one, little telephone booth. It's heavy. That kind of pops out, see, like that, so that way you can replace the battery. Oh, sorry. That's okay. No problem. So we can replace the battery. It says Park Lane. I don't know. It's kind of interesting, kind of cool. I might look this up. This says House and Best. House and Best. Not 100% sure. It's kind of cool. Got some old 80s vibe to it. It's in great condition. I'll look that up too. I mean, there's a bunch of them here. Look at this one. This one you kind of put little pictures in it. This one's not as cool. I mean, cool subject matter, but as far as resale lines, this one, no. Yeah. Let's see, Purple Heart. Not sure. Oh, that one's not as cool. Oh, wow, this one's fairly heavy. It's got a lizard, butterfly. Made in China with a Westland giftware. So a Westland can be good. They have like these horses. They're like painted horses. I forget what the exact name of them are. But this might be a good piece. They are priced fairly high, so probably because of the weight, they are pretty weighty. Santa Clara, but I'm gonna look these up just because I kind of like them. I think they're cool. What the heck is this? Oh, I think this opened up. It's a music box? It's a clock. But how does it... County of Santa Clara clock. That's, I mean, we're in the county of Santa Clara here. I guess... I don't know. I'll look it up. It's kind of cool. It's got some weight to it, so... Put that in the box. Put that in the cart as well too. We don't mess with collector plates. They don't really bring that much. I mean, just for your guys'. I mean, it's terracotta. It has the holes for hanging. But we don't mess with those. Okay, got a few things in the cart. Definitely need to look at that a little bit more. But let's move on down. Okay, we move down a little bit here, and we're not going to pick these up. They won't go for that much, and it's basically the asking price. They're just asking too much for them. I mean, if you get about 50 cents, you can probably sell them for $10 a piece. Snake plant, the price is a little bit too high, so we're not going to be able to make money on that. The bulls and bears, I can't find anything on that, but I know that'll do well. And the crystal one down there, still looking that up. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to take it or not. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, this is interesting right here. What is this? Oh, decanter. It's got, oh no, it's not a good one. First of all, it's not matching. Stopper isn't matching there. Okay, let's check out. Let's get around the corner here. Okay, checking out the keyboards. You guys know I love keyboards. So finding them, reselling them. Picked up a mouse here. It's not a bad deal. $2.99. We're gonna get 20% off. Probably $10 to $15 for that mouse right there. $7.99. I usually pick these up if they're a good price, but this one doesn't have the matching dongle, so I was counting them up. I think I have 4 of those right now. They just come in handy as a system builder. Just plug a little dongle in, has a mouse and keyboard with it. Helps me out when I'm testing systems. What else? This is probably from IKEA, yeah. I am not picking up IKEA lights anymore. They just aren't really moving that well, so leaving them behind. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too great here on the shelves. Maybe it was picked over already, I don't know. This is familiar. It's Ultimate Ears. Yeah, UE Ultimate Ears. This could be a good, $13.99. That might be a good price. I'm trying to figure out what model this is. Let's go check out the books. Check out these toys. The dog game? Okay. No. I say I've seen that before. Pop line? What is this? Oh, interesting. Some sort of weird camera. That's odd. I might take a look at that. Let's put this in the cart. It's interesting enough. We'll put that in the cart there. We have a Lamborghini. It's not anything really that I want. Okay. Magic Deluxe. What is this? Oh, it's Melissa and Doug. It's a Magic kit. Now, Melissa and Doug can be pretty hit or miss, but I'm going to look this up really quick and see. And I'm going to look this up too while I'm at it. I'm going to be careful here. Okay. Okay. So, got a few things. Looked up the camera here. I can't find this exact one, but based on what I can see and what I'm finding, maybe about a $40 camera right there. These are little miniatures, Fairy Garden, $2.49. This should be like $15 for these two right there. This is an Ultimate Ears. It's by a company called Logitech. They do mice and keyboards. But this should sell for about $60 to $80 on the high end, maybe if I get it cleaned up. And if it works, of course. But we're definitely going to pick that up. We're going to put those two little clocks back. This I'm probably going to put back. They want $39.99. If it's fully working, it would be probably about a $100 camera, but I don't want to go through the hassle of testing that and, you know, after paying $40, maybe a little bit less than 40 because we will get a discount today. And then find out it doesn't work, and then for parts, it'll probably sell for what I pay for it. So I don't feel like taking the gamble today. I got some great littles. You know, and all these things are in poly bags. Such a easy, you know, when everything goes in a poly bag, it's great. Just like the other day when I showed you the backpack versus the little HDMI Elgato stick, you know. What would you rather have, $60 for the Elgato stick or try to ship out that $6 backpack? Of course, the smaller, less hassle one. But let's go check out the baggy wall now. Okay, we're down here at the baggy wall now. There's always a group of people that plant themselves right where the carts come out. And I've heard the employees complain to, I believe, who is the manager here, but they really don't do anything about it. So I don't know. I find it kind of annoying. I'll usually ask, like for my Goodwill, I'll ask, can I look at this here? And they usually say okay. But I really don't want to get in the way of people's jobs. I mean, that's my thought on it. Yeah, they're here doing a job, trying to get these shelves stocked, getting items out, and then you have people just, it's kind of annoying, in my opinion. Okay, I don't see anything there. Just look at these games here. Good games, but probably not worth picking up. What else we got over here? Little shot glasses. These, if I'm not mistaken, are for, surprisingly, these actually go on the charging base for your sonic toothbrushes. This look like a spoon. All right, I'll get right back to you. So as I was checking out, I forgot to show you guys this right here, or a couple things really quick. $3.99 little wine glass markers here, and with these, it really depends on the subject matter. These ones here, this was packed with it. These ones aren't worth anything. I wasn't looking at those, but these ones I was, and as you can see, they just kind of have just cool little sayings on them, nicknames. So these will sell really well. I sell these all the time. It really just depends on the subject matter. And metal, definitely want to look out for the metal ones. As far as the brand goes, doesn't really matter too much. So if you look up the brand and you're not finding it, it really doesn't matter. With these, subject matter is where it's at. $15 to $20 is what that will sell for. I got my 20% off discount, so I paid less than that $3.99. Don't know if I showed this to you, but this is a skin for an iPod, 3rd generation iPod, and they're just not making these anymore. So it's tiger print, and I think it'll do really well if anybody has one of these. It's gonna, it'll be difficult for them to find a skin. So where are they gonna look? Hopefully on eBay to find a skin for their iPod. We paid a little bit less than that. I'm gonna price this at probably $20 and see what happens on that. Then we picked up everything else. This I was just curious about. I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, Santa Clara County is huge, so I'm pretty sure we should do okay with this clock. And let me try to. I think it just comes right off like this. See, the problem is the stickers right here. Oh, there we go. We got it. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought that was that was so clear. I thought it was just straight through, but pretty cool. We should make some pretty good money on that. If I had to guess, this would probably be about a $25 piece. So let's go get this packed up. We're gonna move a little bit down the road. We're gonna check out Goodwill, maybe 2 Goodwills. I don't know. We'll see. So I was just thinking about it right now when I was looking at those little wine markers, and I was just thinking about this, about sell-through rate, and people that have not been doing this for very long should rely heavily on sell-through rate. That is going to help you and get you quick success really fast. So it's going to be several years, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, I've been doing this for 24 years now, so I know what's going to sell. I know when there's a customer base for these items. Whether or not there's information for it on eBay or not, I know there is, because I've had a history of selling this stuff. So when I say, don't worry about the brand, if you are a newer seller, you should also rely upon the brand as well too. So if you're a newer seller, definitely look up the brand. And then, like I've said in my past videos, follow people on YouTube. You can follow people like me who's been doing this for quite some time, and you can look at the items I'm picking up. And I'm trying to move at a slower speed than I typically would move through, flea markets and thrift stores. So that way I can, explain, you guys can see it. I'm trying to show you all the different, everything about the items. So, and all these items will sell. Everything in my store it takes about 2 months, so on average, about 2 months to sell through all these items. So, yeah, we're gonna go. Like I said, we're gonna get to another Goodwill, and maybe two. We'll see. All right, we're at stop number 2. This is Goodwill. And you can see the sign. Okay, let's go see what we can get and find in here now today. Nope, thank you. Mini. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. Shoes. Nice selection of shoes, but whoa, holy makeup. Just take a peek over here real quick. Nothing. Okay. Let me look at the electronics first. We'll pass by the purses as well too. Go. Here we go. So here's one of those seatbelt bags. Kind of dirty on the inside, but it's nice. Yeah, no. Just too much wear on that one. What is this back here? It has a tag on it. This Gwen's OMG accessory. No. Steve Madden. Madden. Sucks Avenue. Steve Madden. Crocheted. Vera Bradley. No. Okay. Let's see. That's funny. No. Really quick, sometimes these little Wi-Fi range extenders can do really well. I don't buy them because I don't believe in them. kind of crappy. They don't really, yeah, they do extend your network, but they don't really do a good job of it. And there's better ways to do it. So just based on the principle of it, I don't buy them. I know. I might be leaving some profit behind, but I don't like those things, and I'm strongly against them, so. If you see me pass them up, that's the reason why. Press-fit electric griddle. Yeah, now. We're not messing with that. Here we go, we're in the keyboards. Keyboards. Bunch of keyboards here. Although, what's this? This is one of those flat ones. This is kind of, I think I see an Apple. These are kind of cool. Oh, the mouse is missing. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think this is Bluetooth. It's rechargeable? Where are the batteries at? Is this even the right one? Yeah, it is. I have a mouse actually for the, what is it? Oh, $16? Yeah, now. I was gonna say I have a mouse for this, but I'm not gonna pay $16 to get this keyboard. It's not worth it. But there is an Apple. There's an Apple keyboard here. And it's only about $20, but see all that crap there? You got to clean that out. And it's not going to sell if you don't clean that out. You could, but it's not worth the time. This is interesting. This is, yeah, it's a razor. For $4, that might not be bad. Let me see. $4 for a razor. I mean, it's not the best one in the world. It's not dirty. It's kind of cool. For $4, that might be worth it. I'll definitely look up the model number because some of those razors are pretty low end. And if I'm going to ship something with, you know, that length, the length of the keyboard, it's going to require some significant packaging. I mean, like a big box or something. No, that's not it. There's a Microsoft. Oh no, this one's been sitting here forever, and it's been like in a state of disarray. Like it's deteriorating. They marked it down to $8. It's been sitting here. I might look it up again just to see what it's going for. Maybe I'll rescue it from its demise. Digital postal scale. Oh, that's kind of cool. That could be useful. That can actually be really useful for $6. In case anything breaks, any of my other scales break. All right, let's see here. This little pottery piece is gonna come around. But no, nothing really that great. What do we got here in the backpacks? Easton bag. We're already into the middle of baseball season's already in full swing here. I don't think it's opening day. I don't think opening days happen, but as far as like people getting prepared and prepped for it, they should already have their gear. I'm familiar with that. Oh, Taekwondo sort of bag. It's like a gym bag. It's kind of like a soft leather. It's got a good look to it. It feels like real leather. Is there a brand on it? Olivia Miller? I'm gonna look this up. It's kind of nice. It's got a name. It's definitely got a look. It's got a vibe going on. It's $14, so let's take a look really quick. I looked at the brand, even though it's a nice backpack, it just doesn't really sell for that much, so we're gonna leave that behind. Kensington keyboard has been here way too long. It's already missing the dongle. It's missing a little foot to it. When I originally saw it, it was in pretty good condition. So now it's just, it's too far gone. That keyboard's a good keyboard. Let's skip a moment. What else? What else? What else? We're in the toys. Little cool little hover things. No. Got it. Big old crack. We would have picked that up. Digital glass top kitchen scale. Oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah. No. See a Canon printer over here. Okay. Let's go this way, but we're going to try to get to the other side here. Okay, we're not really finding too much, but this just saves the trip, I think. VHS, Godfather, still, of course, VHS, right? I don't ever pick up VHS, but the Godfather completely sealed in there, anywhere between 50 to 100, and then we're looking probably about $30. That is sealed, brand new, but I think that is gonna be it. This portable little heater now, Mickey Mouse, Disney Minnie Mouse, that's a no. I think that is going to be it. We're going to head on out of here. What time we got? I mean, we still got time. Yeah, I'm not going to go to another Goodwill today. We always wonder what that orange thing is. That's for a bike trainer. Just, you can put your own bike on it. And basically just have a little bike in place. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go to another Goodwill. I think I'm going to work on getting listings done and getting the stuff I picked up listed so we can get it sold. All right. I think, yeah, we're heading on out of here. Stay tuned for the end. Hey everyone, welcome to the end of the video. Just make sure I frame the shot right here. And I hope you guys enjoyed those 2 trips and a little more vloggy style of video. Went over to Sabres, went over to Goodwill. Let me know what you think of the pickups. You know, I briefly touched on, again, you know, I kind of, you know, hit this point in my videos about subject matter. You know, that can really is going to sell your item, you know. This clock right here that I picked up, you know, there's no sold comps on it, you know, and you know, if you don't really have the experience, you might not even really know what this is. So, I mean, I've already got watchers on this item. I already have it listed. It's up and ready to go. Already got people looking at it. And, you know, you could just look up the brand, Linden. And it's not Linden. And that's not really gonna, that's not gonna give you anything that's really worth it. But it's the subject matter. It's the, you know, bulls versus bears. You know, it's stock market right here. That's what that's about. And then you know, the wine bottle, the wine glass markers. That's all subject matter. You know, that brand. There's nothing on that brand at all. That's all subject matter. And I've just had a history of selling those items. So that's how I know to pick those items up. Now, here's a name really quick to look out for. This is a name to look out for in watches. And so I didn't really notice this right off the bat. But this is, I believe it's pronounced Boliva. Boliva. And if you can see it there on the brand of the clock there. So I was like, whoa, after I saw that, after I realized what it was, I was like, whoa, this is actually kind of nice. This should sell for about $50-ish is what I'm looking at here. There's no sold comps on this, so I'm going off based solely on what I've sold in the past. I haven't sold this exactly, but I've sold similar items. I've sold those types of watches before. Now, Boliva is a great name to look out for. It's not one of the super high-end watches like a Rolex or anything, but they'll sell for as low as around $25-ish, kind of like their, you know, their mainstream line. We're talking used. And you know, they can go for as high as several hundreds of dollars. So definitely look out for that name. And yeah, if you get it for the right price, it could be a really good score in watches. And then also what I wanted to talk about as well too, we're going to look at a few solds here that I just recently sold. It's not everything, you know, I'm not going to show you guys everything I sold because this would be just a really long video, and a lot of the stuff is just my typical, what we call bread and butter. So I sold a bunch of keyboards, a bunch of Apple keyboards. There is one keyboard I'll show you at the end of the video. I already shipped it out, so I'll pop it up on the screen. And you know, we sold some more clothing like Lululemon. We've sold, what else do we sell? Golf clubs. Golf clubs are starting to really pick up. And I've said this before in previous videos. You could probably just make a whole business just selling golf clubs, finding them and selling them. Secondhand, of course, you know, picking them up at the Goodwill. My Goodwill, they're typically right around $4 a golf club. Sometimes they do price them up. I sold a GameCube. We sold a Xbox accessory. So a lot of Chicago Bulls hat. So a lot of stuff that's just, yeah, your typical stuff that you expect to sell all the time, like your bread and butter stuff. And then as far as, you know, your business and what I do to keep things going, and what I think you guys should be really focused on, because, you know, we think we put stuff online, you know, everything's online, we're going to get millions of people looking at it, we're going to get, you know, we're going to get sales, we're going to start to get sales right away. And, you know, I've talked about how even popular items, you know, they won't sell right away. You know, I sold those Bose headphones. You know, you would think they would sell right away. I'm going to get my money back really quick. I'm going to make some good profit. But it took about a couple weeks. And, you know, that's to be expected. The instant sales just don't really happen that often. I mean, they do happen. Don't get me wrong. I've had items where I've listed them and they've sold immediately. I've had items that have sat there for maybe about a day and they sold. So it does happen, but typically you're going to be waiting a little while to make your sales. And you know, I just have to compare it to just brick and mortar stores. While we are selling online, and online is where everything's going, we still have to take that same concept of a brick and mortar store. If you go walk through the mall, you know, what stores do you gravitate to? You know, do you go to those stores where there's really nobody in there? You just see the same merchandise over and over again. You know, they don't really, you know, replenish the shelves. They don't, you know, redecorate, or, you know, a lot of it is, you know, when you're walking past stores, it's more window shopping and you're looking for something to draw you in. You gotta think the same way about your eBay store. And we're primarily focused on eBay here, but we do sell on other platforms. But this channel is primarily geared towards eBay. So, you know, we really got to keep putting great items out there. And you got to constantly be putting great items out there. You don't necessarily have to be like, you know, sell 20, you know, list 20 to sell 20. Because I've listed far fewer than that and have sold close to 20 items in one day. So there is something to it, but just being consistent, putting these items out there so that people can see it. If it's a great item that with a great customer base, it's gonna sell. You know, it's not going to get pushed to the back burner because, oh, you only listed 5 items and then you reached your limit already for the day. No, if it's a great item and people are going to find it and they're going to buy it no matter what your listing goal is for the day or anything like that, or you think you've hit your limit for the day. So you just got to be consistent, finding great items and keeping your store fresh and moving and active, because nobody goes into a store with no activity at all. Yeah, that's just boring. You know, I don't really ever. There's plenty of stores that I walk by. You know, when I'm out at, we go to the outlets in Gilroy. We go to the. You would think you go to the outlet. Outlets are jam packed full of stuff, and you would think every single store would be packed, but no, they're not. Why? Because they're boring. You know, they're not necessarily items that people want, or they may be items that people want, but there may be a lot of competition, and so you're gonna have to make yourself stand out. And how do you make yourself stand out? You got to make your items more appealing. And how do we do that online? You got to do great pictures. You got to make sure you have a great title to draw people in. You know, you got to use those keywords. Keywords are very key, for lack of a better word, very key to getting your items sold, to getting those views on your items. So there's so many, you could just go into eBay, look at what has sold for whatever you're purchasing, whatever categories you're in. If you're niche down or if you're selling a bunch of other categories, jump into those categories, see what has sold. Follow people that have been selling, and go in. Look for people with a lot of feedback. See how they're making sales. First of all, check to make sure they're making sales, because people with a lot of feedback don't necessarily have a lot of sales or are very successful, or they may have been successful in the past and they're not now. So definitely check their solds and make sure that they do have a lot of consistent solds, and see what they're doing. What are they doing? How are they setting up their listings? What item specifics are they putting in? What do their descriptions look like? So those are my thoughts on that. But let's go ahead and jump into the what sold. And again, I got the subject matter on this one is great. One of my personal favorite pieces. Otherwise, it's just a plain black backpack. Here it is right here. Just a plain black backpack. Nothing really special. It doesn't even have it's just a nylon. There's no liner in it. Let me see. Are there any? I haven't looked at this in about a month. So let me see here. This took about 2 months to sell, close to 2 months to sell. I think it was a little over 2 months. Yeah, I mean, it's by Parkland. I believe I looked up the brand and wasn't really much, but it does have a laptop sleeve in there. But it's just a light, flimsy backpack. It's really nothing. If you were to see this out there, without anything on it, this is a pass. This is a pass. All the time. But it has, sorry if you hear the little jingle, it's the dryer and stuff are going over there. But it has Jim Beam on there. And Jim Beam is a distillery, and they make, I'm pretty sure they have their hand in quite a few things, but they're well known for their Jim Beam whiskey. So it's embroidered with Jim Beam. It's embroidered too. It's not just a patch either. I probably would have stayed away from it if it was a patch, like an iron-on patch. The fact that it's embroidered is a little bit better. So what did this sell for? This sold for $30. I got this in a big old bundle full of items. And if I remember correctly, that bundle full of items probably came out, each individual piece came out to, if I remember again, almost $2 a piece. So this backpack was about $2. I think it was a little bit less than $2, and it sold for $30. It's a super lightweight backpack. Like I said, there's not even pockets on the side for a water bottle. So this will easily fold up inside a giant poly bag and get sent out of here. And just a cool backpack. I always pick up distillery stuff, especially whiskey, because I'm a huge fan of whiskey, a collector of whiskey. The next item that should be I gotta go get it from the box here. 1 second. Okay, so the next item I wanted to show you guys was this Lazy Susan. Really cool wooden bowl. This is actually by a company called Monkey Pod. Not sure if this is gonna be able to come out in the actual not sure if I'm going to be able to get a focus on that, but Monkey Pod, made in Hawaii. It's a great brand to look out for. It just doesn't... It's a very premium brand, but it just does not sell that well. Not all the pieces necessarily sell that well. The vintage pieces obviously do a lot better than the more modern pieces. You'll find a lot of just the regular plain bowls out there, which are okay. You really, the bowls, just the regular plain bowls, are going to be a bit of a tough sell. They're not going to sell very fast, and usually they will be priced up around, I've seen them for $3, I've seen them up like $5.50 around in my area at the Goodwills. When you find them at the flea markets, which is where I found this one, and this one I paid $1 for, so this was a really good buy. They're usually all banged up. This is no exception. They definitely just have some condition issues on there, and I definitely photographed that for the listing. But it's okay. I definitely would not recommend picking up Monkey Pod bowls unless maybe you find them at a garage sale, an estate sale, and you're getting them for $1 or less. And then you would definitely want to bundle them up. There are larger pieces, like similar to this, that will do pretty well. But just the plain old bowls, which is what I come across a lot, that's why I'm mentioning it, are okay. And I wouldn't buy them at the Goodwill. I wouldn't necessarily buy them at the flea market unless they're in great condition. And we're only going to pay about $1 or so for those, or less, or put them together in a big old bundle. This sold for also for $30. Let me just double check. I think it was like $29 and some change. This Monkey Pod, Lazy Susan, $29.37 is what this Monkey Pod Lazy Susan sold for. It's really cool. It's nice. It's nice and solid. When I'm in stores, I'll tell you guys I don't like picking up plates. I don't like picking up dishes because of the diameter, and then now you got to get a box that's, what is this? This is probably about 11 inches by 11 inches, and yeah, this isn't like that slim. This is probably about a 4-inch or 5-inch. You definitely want to leave some room for the packaging material. So, another great sale. Monkey Pod, Lazy Susan, chip and dip bowl, or a dip bowl. You probably put your, I don't know if you enough to fit chips in here. Probably more like your veggies and your sauce in the middle. So, really cool piece. Monkey Pod. Look out for the older stuff. Look out for the more bigger, complex items. Plain bowls, not really. Just because the pricing isn't very good when you're sourcing it. Another item that sold recently, and you might say Valentine's Day is over. Legos, of course. I'm picking up Legos. Even these little, I guess they're kind of like activity books with stickers and everything, and obviously it has a little Lego set in there as well. Didn't sell for a crazy amount. This was a $10 sale, but I only picked this up for 79 cents at the Goodwill. And I mean, it's Legos. It's got, this a perfect gift for a Lego lover. I mean, it's also it's also about love. But if someone you love and you want to express their love and they're a Lego fan, obviously this is probably off store shelves already because this was for Valentine's Day, so it's gone. Just a really cool piece, a really quick sale on this one. This one took about a week and a half to sell. So a quick sale. Make sure it's brand new though, because this does have like stickers and everything in it. Make sure the set hasn't been opened either. There are some other books that come with exclusive minifigures you want to look out for. Usually I'll find them out there, but of course they're always missing the minifigure. So definitely look out for Lego, and you get something like this, you got to get for $1 or less, because it's not really going to sell for that much. Like a $10 sale here, so we're not getting rich, but it definitely adds to our sold listings for today. And then the sale that I took out yesterday, yesterday, which is Monday for me, was a keyboard, and it's going to pop up right over here on this side of me. And it's just a really cool little keyboard, sold for $20. Now, it's probably a keyboard, and it is a keyboard that everybody passed up. Let me just pull up the listing really quick so I remember here. I just sell so many things, and yesterday I took out 38 items, so that was one of them. It's a Gearhead mini USB keyboard. Now, I remember this actually being sold in the store, and I believe I had one of these as well too. There's a Fry's Electronics, is the big electronic computer store that was in our area, Bay Area, California. They have since went out of business. I do remember them selling this, not just this brand, but also this keyboard as well too. It was just a small, very compact little keyboard, USB powered, and I picked it up because I remembered it first of all, and it does have a use case. And obviously somebody wanted it because it sold for full asking. I only listed it for $20. I might have been able to get a little bit more out of it. There's plenty of them listed right now. It does have somewhat of a decent sell-through rate. So I would stay away though from used ones. If you find it brand new or open box, this was open box, definitely pick it up a buck or two because it's only going to sell for about $20. There are plenty of others listed on eBay right now that other people can choose from. So there's plenty of competition. I just knew because I was familiar with the brand. I'm familiar with actually that specific keyboard, so I picked it up. It's a really cool little keyboard, just a small little guy, Gearhead, and sometimes I do surprise myself that some of this stuff does sell and that people actually, you know, like the same stuff I do or look out for the same stuff that I do. So, you know, I can't, you know, it's just, you know, it's definitely having the knowledge from the past that allows me to be successful at selling these items on eBay today. And we're continually learning, you know, I'm continually learning new stuff, looking out for new stuff. I'm looking up stuff while I'm out and about. And now I'm just trying to share that information with you guys, you know, spread the information out there, trying to help. Hopefully my knowledge can help you guys find these items as well too and resell them on eBay or whatever platform, you know, you choose to sell on. But let me know if the you know, if the pace that I'm going at, because you know, sometimes when I turn off the camera I just start going pretty fast, and then I have to remember, oh wait, I need to show this in the camera, like I did with those wine things. You know, I just quickly scan through, you know, a part of the baggy wall, and I was like, wait a second, I won't grab it really quick. So I know a lot of us more seasoned resellers just move at a really rapid pace. Like we want to hurry up and get what we can get out of this store and move on to the next one. Get what we can get there and move on to the next one, because you always have that thing in the back of you always have that sense in the back of your mind that, you know, there's a great item just around the corner that I need to go get. So there's always like a sense of urgency, but when making these videos I really don't think that, you know, showing that, you know, the speed at which I could potentially move at when picking up items, it wouldn't really be helpful, because I'd just be, and I'll probably forget to show you guys stuff and explain items, point stuff out that you should be on the lookout for, should not be on the lookout for. So let me know if the speed at which I'm moving at is okay for you guys. And like I said at the beginning of the video, I am trying to work on breathing techniques now, because yeah, like I said, I placement of my thing, because I can hear myself breathing in there. I'm like, do I breathe like that? You know, you don't really hear yourself. I don't pay attention to myself breathing, and so hopefully hooking the mic up under my chin will help to alleviate that. And it seems to still be picking up my voice pretty well, and it seems to also help muffle the music, because I was just listening to the video as I'm editing it right now. I'm going to release this video ahead of other videos just to kind of get a sense of if you guys like this little more vloggy style format. Even if I can get all the breathing out of it, which is great, and show you guys the items I'm picking up. You know, all this stuff I'm picking up now, I'm listing now, and we're getting it sold hopefully now. But please hit the thumbs up button if you like the video, and subscribe if you want to continue to see content from me. Please like the video, please subscribe, and hit the bell notification if you want to get notified when these videos drop, which is usually every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, about midday. I'm in the Pacific time zone. I'm releasing them a little bit earlier, so if you are in the Pacific time zone, it's going to come up a little bit earlier for you guys. We're trying to get them out earlier in the day, so everybody has a chance to hopefully catch my video and watch it. But that's it for now. We'll catch you in the next video. Thanks for watching.